some of the focused areas. I mean, some of the things we have to depend at a certain level, because we are telling that as per census this much percentage. But see, 2011 census happened. Now we have 2020-24. No census happened. Not in a political way. I'm seriously telling that we don't have a focus of data with us. We have 2-3 agencies doing these kind of studies, particularly on National Family Health Survey. You know that, some of you. They are periodically conducting some surveys in India and assessing that this much percentage of people. But that may not be an accurate. Why I am telling? They are only taking a significant samples only, not the entire population. There are other area also they are conducting. This regional studies also. So to whom we have to depend? So we have to depend some international organizations thing. So as per these things, this is the published data, and alarmingly high. You can see that 149 million persons aged in as per 2022. So, you know, 1 million is equal to, we know that 10 lakhs. Am I right? Not good in mathematics, but feels that this is the thing, 149 into 10 lakhs, how much the things. And a significant proportion of this population is in the southern states of India. And among that, all we know that Kerala has a good opportunity for doing this. I'm telling opportunity. So why I'm telling that? There are social workers sitting in front of me, there are practitioners sitting in front of me. A lot of things you can propose in that. Innovative concept, innovative ideas like GGSR is doing, others I don't know who are the practitioners, I'm really sorry, and those who are doing wonderful activities in the sectors. Because I know that when I have been part of designing the syllabus for Travancore Foundation for a 2-year postgraduate diploma program. In that, while telling that, we were discussing extensively on how to develop syllabus. Still I know the nights we were sitting together, how it was tedious. We were discussing, and he was also telling that, sir, the topic we are discussing, we are different for more than 20 different courses. Eventually, he was also 24 different departments in the 25 different specialized areas in 20 different courses. That is going to happen. 24 different departments in the 25 different specialized areas in 20 different courses. Plus, all different departments in 20 different courses. You know what I'm saying? After 6 years, we are developing a program and 20 different courses. You know what I'm saying? We have, after 6 years, think about that. A person who are 60 program are 20 different courses. Like that. And after 7 to 8 years, there are classifications in the program are 20 different courses. So 70 to 80 classifications, they need some support. I hope yesterday's session after the discussion point we have what I need knowledge that kind of discussions happen. Our launch discussion like earlier 60 is okay, now 70 kind of discussions happen. Our launch 80 also happening as well. Like earlier 60 is there, now 70 discussions happen. Our launch 80 also happening as well. But unfortunately that otherwise the old design plan after 60 plus category not going to support the centers. Otherwise some implementing the whole policy after national concept policy 1995 environment we are carrying. How can we think of national concept policy 1995 environment we are carrying. How can we think of national concept policy 1995 environment we are carrying. How can we think of national concept policy 1995 environment we are carrying. How can we think of national concept policy 1995 environment we are carrying. How can we think of national concept policy 1995 environment we are carrying. How can we think of national concept policy 1995 environment we are carrying. How can we think of national concept policy 1995 environment we are carrying. How can we think of national concept policy 1995 environment we are carrying. How can we think of national concept policy 1995 environment we are carrying. How can we think of national concept policy 1995 environment we are carrying. How can we think of national concept policy 1995 environment we are carrying. How can we think of national concept policy 1995 environment we are carrying. How can we think of national concept policy 1995 environment we are carrying. How can we think of national concept policy 1995 environment we are carrying. How can we think of national concept policy 1995 environment we are carrying. How can we think of national concept policy 1995 environment we are carrying. How can we think of national concept policy 1995 environment we are carrying. How can we think of 99 Service, you like to do some helping service and you will be remunerated properly professionally. So in that sector, this elderly sector is one of the beautiful sector you can explore, especially professionally. So in that sector, there is no change. Sister is telling that community participation, community, it will happen. So in that social workers system is doing that you can ensure confidentiality, especially it will happen. Why? Because so these practices we try sometimes failed also when we discuss how to ensure confidentiality, especially it will happen. Why? Because so these because I want to try sometimes failed also when we discuss elderly parents in my home, and what to do is a big thing. We are only discussing about those who are bedridden, those who are those and elderly homes. I'm sorry, sir. This home, this means well established. But same time, you can do wonders. Like you can offer your services for 2 hours, 3 hours. Like that, we are telling that respite care. ഇടവേളകളിൽ കൊടുക്കുന്ന care. So that is the exact meaning. So you can give, you can offer. So these things you can offer it properly. You can start, I don't know how social workers will accept me, you can start your own business models. Think about social workers should start business model. You need not want to accumulate money. You can supply this thing to the people, needy people. So all these things you can start from your own. But the problem is that if a layman start, professional way of approach may not be there. But if a social work start, there will be professional activity. You can ensure confidentiality, proper timing. So all these professional activity you can. So for that, we need some kind of activity. And for that, multi-morbidity in India, you know that, especially Kerala, southern state, these are the statistics I have taken from the India's aging latest report 2023. Not going because other areas. These are the common things as per the data available, reports they have. One thing is on hypertension, another one is diabetes mellitus, chronic lung diseases, cancer, stroke, neurological and psychiatric diseases. So one thing, mental health of elderly also should be properly addressed. What I am telling, 5 years, no, when I am just came out from, I think I joined in VAT, that time one cold I received. Sir, are you Rasi? Yes, said I. Sir, I need a counselor. I said, I am not a counselor, I said. I am a social worker. I am a teaching faculty. No, sir, I need a geriatric counselor. I said, what? Geriatric counselor. Okay, fine. Then you can approach I said you can approach a counselor or psychiatric counselor. No, sir, I want a geriatric counselor. Then I have offered some other name. After 2 days he called me. Sir, it was pathetic. Because he is a good psychiatric counselor, but is not fit in this geriatric counseling. Because he wants for his parents. I don't know, I didn't ask what is it. I don't have any right to ask such question. It's a very personal. Am I audible? So, this is the issue we are facing. So, social workers can do wonders in that. We can focus that maybe one of the areas. No one, I didn't come across such kind of geriatric counselors in my lifetime till. If particularly, maybe people are telling that is one of not the viable area. It's a viable area. So people are migrating, huge amount of number migrating for good salaries. If you are offering geriatric counseling, you can pay at least, you can charge minimum 1,000, 500 to 1,000. If you are good in expertise, you can save good money. I am not money oriented thing. Suffered a lot myself at some point of time in profession also. I realized that we need a support system from everywhere. So physical, psychological, sociological, all type of support you need, financial support you need. Otherwise you cannot able to do your, what sir said at the, what father was telling, wellness. You won't get wellness in your life at certain point of time. So it's very hard. So you can ensure all these things for elderly, and this one is the thing. Now we are coming to the focus area of this today's seminar provided to me. Instead of coming to this, launching in this topic directly, I thought that discussion will enable us a lot. Conditions as per World Health Organization definition, this is the thing. Conditions in which people are born, people are grow, people are live, people are work, people are having their age matters in that. So now you think it is a vast area, how can I concentrate in one such area is difficult, but determinants, we can say these are the determinants. Not able to discuss all the things, but I will focus on particularly on how we can offer support system through this kind of things. Determinants. Determinants in sense of employment. If you are an employee or retired in elderly stage also, it will affect your health, no doubt. That is a social determinant. Then education. How much? No, that doesn't mean that you want to get educated, but education intends both ways. What is that? The education from the school curriculum, education you are getting from other sources also. You should have a proper education things, what is happening in your body, health related thing, physical environment, occupational hazards, housing, chemicals, sometimes you have to, these are some definitions I am giving. So now we are focusing on what in Indian situation is best apt for. We people are focused on housing environment in focus, I am telling. Then neighborhood environment, we are telling. What is the scope of social workers there? So lack of persons in environment, lack of person in environment fit in, often first reflected in housing environment. See, long-term care facility concept, multiple floors and stairs. Can you provide? See, this long-term care is a good opportunity for social workers. How you can offer this long-term care in housing sector is a beautiful sector for this one. This is one of the determinants provided by World Health Organization in general about health, but I'm converting in this one to elderly thing. So how people will live? Think about this floor. It's very slippery. No, I'm not telling about Marian. It is an alma mater for me, no doubt. I'm an alumni, not in student-wise, I'm a faculty. Thing is that, can you tell about what are the elder-friendly things here? No, I'm just asking. Nothing. I'm not telling nothing. See, there are stairs, there are things here. Ramp is here. I'm just asking. I'm just asking you whether you lift a person to here. No, if I'm a 60 or 70, how can I sit here and talk? I need a support. That means you are not friendly, you are not elderly friendly. Think about your house you are building. The best person about this, Gigi sir will tell, because he is he is not here, for some other thing as well. So the best thing is that Gigi sir will tell about how you can. So I am also have a plan to build a house, but I am also thinking about what are the elder friendly things I can put. You can easily put a handrail in your toilet. How many of your toilets have handrails, hand grips? Can you raise? You are from your home. Handrails, you can just, no one. That means your housing is not a elderly friendly, I can say. This is one of the determinants proposed by. This is related to health. What will happen? If it is not happening, fall will come. And fall will come, what happen? After falling, you know that some of the students are from Travancore, they are studying exclusively on this area. When fall will come, bone will fracture. It's very easy to get fractured. And who will look after? Who will look after? We have to look after. So we can avoid such kind of things. So we have to be elderly friendly in houses. Rams, we feel that after spending 40, 50 lakhs, why I am keeping rams? Why I have to keep good marbles in my home. I have to keep. Because I have spent a lot of money, others will come. What a shame you are keeping some other. We have to be very slippery, and we will put this thing in kitchen also. Elderly people, they are sometimes mostly spending, especially elderly women, they like, I'm not I'm not against gender. But, sorry, because elderly women should be in kitchen. No, I'm not telling like that. Both also. My parents, they are working in kitchen together. I know they are elderly. Because they are spending their evening, they are at the end of their life, they are enjoying their life. These slippery things will create another trouble. One single drop of water is enough for a lifetime care. You have to give one single. These are the things I have noticed through my experience, through my readings, and what I am discussing things. So these matters for health, and this physical activity, social engagement, independence, mobility, security, and aging in place. Aging in place means the concept is beautiful. We have to provide them a proper support system to get aged, because everyone is aging. I am also aging day by day. You are also aging day by day. There are some concepts nowadays coming up. This active aging concept is proposed by Madrid International Plan is like that. Don't think about a plan after 60. You have to think about when you get a job after 25 itself. Then you can have your things in a very systematic manner. I don't know how many of you think about while in your 40s, about 60s. Think about, I started thinking. Because so many of you know, Midin was, my colleague was smiling, because I reduced my 10 kgs. I'm visualizing that I have to be healthy after this year, because it makes me light, make you light. I'm not for all, because it's a part of health conscious we have to ensure. After retirement, after 60, don't think. It won't help you much. Think about now itself, you can have a quality of life, of health. So all these things are part of aging in place. Where is that? And the examples include accessibility, assistive features, handrails. That's what I said. Daylighting. Lighting is a big concern. Nowadays, see, some of the houses, they have this kind of LED lightings. But some area it's not visible properly. Because for beautification purpose, we will do this light that way, but proper passages has not been clear. So that creates troubles. Why I am telling, these are part of social determinants we are ensuring. And greeneries and indoor-outdoor connections also needed. That means elderly want to go out. No, all of us want to go out. We cannot blame elderly that they want to go out. No. So the passage should be clear, in and go facilities. So one beautiful thing is that there is no step when you are going out. In houses you can see there are steps everywhere if it is. So as part of your, architectural experiments in your area, sometimes the kitchen floor is a little bit high or low. But this poor elderly, you know that they have less sleep, or because when aging comes less, sometimes the water they want, so they don't want to disturb you. They will come, they will walk, and they will keep a step next to this. So night, all this lighting is not proper because of good, beautiful light. If you want to put all the light on, now if you switch on all the lights, then only a proper light will come in your house sometimes. There is no tube sometimes, instead of that, these kind of things will come. So these are the simple things you can have, you can focus in your day life, supporting elderly to ensure the health determinants in housing. And then purposeful planning and design consideration. So next time, think about that when you have a plan or alteration or having a new house, request the engineers, it should be a elderly friendly housing. But where we will get? Where we will get? Engineer will say, I don't know, sir. It's what is mean by this elderly friendly? No idea. So I have given an agreement that I will wind up. Think about, and this one is neighborhood environment. Next one is, I think he is the most apt person. How is a gender as elderly friendly institute? Sir, in your topic, please cover that area also. And how I'm telling that about this friendly, how you can be a friendly, elderly friendly, what is that, house or institution. Yes, it will be good for the audience to listen, how you can do all this. Just 5 minutes will helpful for. Then neighborhood environment. Of course, especially know that physical declining is happening, cognitive declining is happening, and the opportunity to participate in social life has been completely restricted at certain point of time. That is the reality. But we can give support, we can offer support, and this is another social determinants of that. And this highly individualized concept, financial, car availability, social support, time restraint is a big issue for the children, grown-up children. So they cannot able to. So what we have to do, this kind of support system we have to ensure. For that, this kind of community sisters telling that community related support system was there. So what I'm telling, have you, because if you are a widow or a widower, what will be your position, you know? No, not yours, I'm telling. Think about your parents, those who are lose the partners, the spouses. Have you ever think about that? Have you ever thought about? Have you ever thought about that? ഒരു ദിവസം ഒരു 40-50 വർഷം നിങ്ങളുടെ കൂടെ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്ന ഒരാൾ ഒരു ദിവസം മരണപ്പെട്ടു പോകുന്നു. What will happen? The trauma is difficult. The trauma is difficult. Sure, I'm 100% sure. There is your space. Social worker space. Find out. And I have read a concept on remarriage. Have you ever heard elderly remarriage or elderly partner? I have a plan in my mind. I will also start this kind of concept. Nowadays it's getting more like Bangalore, Chennai cities. It's the concept started. The concept started. So this concept is very simple. I don't know. That's why that our morality will stand. That time. How can you live with a person you are very unknown to him or her, and you were with a person almost 30 or 40 years? Are you rubbish or what kind of thought you are? So sometimes bad word also you can face. Think about that. You lost your partner. Your children are not available. To whom you will discuss? To whom? These are very basic thing I am telling on this kind of participations like things. Will you allow your parents to remarry? If you're one of your parents lost, I'm asking you a simple question. Will you allow you? I mean, will you support them? Not allow. They don't want you or allow all these things. I have all these things. See, but I'm asking you, will you support? I'm just asking. Whether you will be for them, for stand up for, okay, my mother need a companion from her age. It's okay for that. I am not spending time with her. I am not spending a good time with her. And you are telling that you should live alone after this period. Whether you can sit alone. Are you able to sit alone? No. You have friends. Then how can you claim that? Okay, these kind of things. So be professional in that sector. Social workers can do wonders in there also. No doubt. You can start an organization exclusively for that. You can start a website for that. People will come and register. You can have some kind of, you can take some kind of money as Support what sir is telling. He is telling his idea. Am I, sir? No, I don't know whether he has. You have some kind of idea that maybe if it is idea is good, Travancore is doing good in that also. I'm telling. What I'm telling. See, at certain point of time, you need partner. So you don't want your physical satisfaction, all these things. You can simply sit. You can simply share what happened in your life. All this is sit and relax. If that is not happening, you are spoiling their life, your mother life, your father life. So please think about such. Social workers also do this area. In this determinant. You can search in website, I forgot the name. They have said that initially people are against, but now this is exclusive organization. I forgot the name. They are from Bangalore. And see, conducive space should be provided. It should be properly. And physical environment like sidewalk, trays. If I want to go to my neighborhood space, at least my house should be a friendly area to go out and talk to them. We will put some 3-4 steps, and it should be big. All these things, slippery things. And one thing nowadays I started saying that you will put cameras everywhere, but you don't have any connection with your neighborhood. I am staying away 50 kilometers away, and you are putting cameras. You don't have any connection with your neighborhood. Who will come and rescue the parent? You are knowing that. Okay, my parent fell down. My neighbors are not there. So that also a determinant of health. We have to ensure good neighborhood groups should be there. So allow them to go have work with social environment. This is another one. 10 more minutes maximum. Can be either facilitators, social support, cohesive neighborhood, provide positive. That's what sister said. We need community. Yes, I agree with that. But if you ensure confidentiality, people will take it up. The main thing is that if you start an organization exclusively for offering services for 2 hours or 3 hours work, the problem is that the person going to give care is a trustworthy person, should be. How can you ensure? You are not getting for a manual labor here for some kind of house related work. How can you get a person? So Bangalore an organization, that's why I have this kind of forgetting the names title. Sorry. They have already placed persons from Bengalis and Assamese, and they have given training to people how you have to behave properly, and a background check has been with associating with the police team. All these things they are doing. They are putting these people in their home. They are trustworthy for half day or 1 hour or 2 hours, and they are charging heavily. You can demand, social workers can demand. So I am not telling in a profit oriented way. Think about this kind of business model. You can do service also. Sometimes people cannot give money. Okay, you say we will provide free of cost. But you have to do a background check, whether this person is really telling or not. The family doesn't have money. Then you can give service free of cost. That is your social work. And always telling that service, no, I won't support this kind of things. Social barriers is another thing. Isolation, crime or risk exposure, social inequity. Community policing concept, most of you know, it started in Kerala 2007, and it's very widely appreciated across the globe, not in India, across the globe. Initially the process was really good. They have beat officers. You know what is the concept of beat officers? They will simply roam near to that this area, and they have a whistle. If anything issue happen, they will simply use the whistle. It is alerted. That is the thing. Initially it was good. There are these elderly friendly desk, all these things. I think now is still there. But community policing concept, one of the focus area as part of societal support of social determinant is community policing, what they are offering, because they prevent crime against elderly. They get an idea, elderly are alone in the home, a special attention should to that home. They will discuss with some of the neighboring people, and they will give the number of the police. If anything okay, discomfort happening, you please call it immediately. They will hand over this number to the neighbor of elderly. But nowadays, I think this kind of concept has come down. These also you can make a program. This kind of social support system. And see, religious places, food retail and services, recreational destination and senior centers. See, what I'm telling, there is a community, again I forgot, in Japan, I read a concept, a beautiful concept. If you want to go out, if you are an elderly, you need a support, your organization will provide support free of cost and free travel. They are getting CSR funding from other. So you just make a call, taxi will come and take. But there is a radius, and the person who coming in that taxi will assist you for shopping. I forgot the name, it is there in Japan, it's one of the biggest thing, a successful thing. So you can start your own thing, you can take funding. See, CSR funding, 2% of the annual income they have to spend in services. I will show a slide how much they are spending. It is, you cannot able to, so, but let me wind up this one area. So heterogeneity, etc. So context and sensitive. So what I am telling that it's very what is that? Someone has told this discussion part it came in. It's very subjective wise. My place is entirely, my support system is entirely different from others. I cannot. That's why social workers are good in that, doing qualitative type of research. Instead of generalizing, what happening in Kuttikanam is not really happening in Mundakayam. So that is the subjectiveness there. So social workers can do this kind of research and implement programs. It may not be a successful one. Why old age homes are not successful in Kuttikanam? Any idea? I don't have any chocolate to give, but I think the seminar organizers will give. Why Kuttikanam doesn't have it? There is a one reason I got it from my early director, Dr. Habi, Father Habi. He has given a beautiful answer for that. I asked this, Acho, Namakudran Todangude old age home. Enduundu vennu an achanu nalloru maruvadi enakku thonu. Elderly, I don't have a limited time, so I say. So elderly, the thing is that this social determinant, because subjectiveness is there. You cannot, maybe why? Because this cold climate is not good for the elderly. At certain point of time, they cannot. So that is the thing. So they have father said, we have thought about that, but we dropped the plan because of the high altitude thing. I said scenic beauties, all these things, no. That's why it's very context, it's very subjective in nature. So you have to design, so you can do these things. Then healthcare cost, caregiving burden, reduced workforce and intergenerational conflicts. So one of my scholar that she's doing research in this area, a caregiver's burden. So it's a good area you can explore, but caregiver burden is considered as a subsection of, you can tell about the determinants. Caregivers, there is a title I read it about, there is no time for sitting. I am continuously standing and continuously offering services. I am not because I don't get any kind of remuneration. Of course, I am taking care of my husband's mother. So you think about a person who she is standing for hours and supporting them, doesn't have proper sleep, proper care, continuously sitting and taking care of her. So you people are sitting from 9 o'clock to, how many of you are back as having backaches and irritated only because of I am smiling, I am actively because you are sitting. Otherwise you could have moved out for some other process. That has been restricted for that caregivers. That is the possibility of social workers. Because you are trained, if you are trained offering services, if you are good in how you can avoid bed sores and you give training, that will enough for you to stand in India. That kind of possibilities are there. Then you may be thinking why you are not implementing. So my time will come. So it is like that. You have to think it will come. And a decade of healthy aging, 5 more minutes. See, creating age-friendly environment, that is the motto of them. 4 interconnected areas as per UN decade of healthy aging. The first one is creating age-friendly environment. You should physically, socially, economically, we have to, and better place. Sometimes you have to work there. I'm not already discussed the part. Then this part, combating ageism. Ageism, we know that. What is ageism? I'm not asking, but ageism is the discrimination against elderly. That is ageism. Not only elderly, as but if you are avoiding me because of my age, that is ageism, not for elderly. That is a simple thing you can understand. So because of my age, you have eliminating me from that thing, that is ageism. So different type of ageisms are there. I'm not explaining, time limitations. So so it's a powerful barrier to the development of good policies, because that professor is good. We can invite them for making policies. No, he is very elderly. He cannot able to travel properly. We can avoid. That is ageism. That is ageism. Okay, this everywhere it is there. Everywhere it is there. You can, so combating ageism is a big area focusing, and awareness programs are going on. Integrated care, numerous physiological changes occurs. Prevention, promotion, curative, rehabilitative approaches. I will share this slide with these organizers. I am running fast. So this is another area, and long-term care system. So it's a lot of area. Crores of rupees will pump in this area. Already, Tata has already started organizing programs. Maybe so they are already having some experiment in the field now. This ongoing process, I will show on 2-3 areas. So these are the age-friendly cities framework. Please read it. A range of services you can offer, and accessible public transport, affordable, well-designed, safe housing, social participation, outdoor spaces. These are the 6. I will give the proof of what is that source in that. I will edit the slide and give the source where you can. Elder friendly communities. So there are 6 different things we have, though limitations are here. So communication and information. So this one is interesting. We people are telling we don't have any scope in social work with elderly. We have scope. See the digits. 2000. This is the CSR spending on senior citizen welfare has remained less than 0.3% of the total spends, despite of a 5.6% growth from 89 million to 551 million in the last year. So CSR has already given 551 million in the society. This is the authenticate report I have taken, the source I have given. It's a Government of India reported thing. More than 500 million has been pumped into the society as part of CSR. 0.3%, 0.3, not 1, 0.3% only spent for elderly. That is the scope of social work. That you can channelize the development of this. See, CSR, you know that what is corporate social responsibility. Maybe not everyone knows that. If I am running an industry, having good amount of spending, I'm getting profit, I have to spend, I think more than 1 crore or somewhat, there is a cap is there. You have to spend 2% of your annual profit in the common society. So think about how many MNCs, multinational companies are working in India. So this is a accounted thing. Where this money has gone? We are telling that nothing is up. So if you are pool this money to this elderly sector, only a one third will give a lot of scope for social workers. What social workers are doing, for example, Panchayat Fund. You know that Panchayat Fund, we have a special thing. This 2% for elderly for annual development. Panchayat Fund. We are still giving bird, we are still giving walkers, all these things. Why don't we think about another positive things? We are not thinking in that way. I am requesting you to do this kind of thought. This CSR funding is a big area you can do. And this slide, what CSR area has done to elderly from Tata Trust and HelpAge India. They have done a work and they have started centers 115 registered members who engaged in activities, and they are as part of awareness session, indoor games, checkup, health awareness programs, community work, etc. All these things social workers have scope. It's a big area. So vast area if you telling that. And another one they have as part, you know what is the number of elderly line? We have an elderly line. 1, 4, 5, 6, 7. You can try. There is a, but not much active. I know that. Yeah, it stopped. But how this thing evolved, what I am telling that, I know that. How this evolved, this number evolved, because of a CSR initiative, it's not properly aware in the community. That's why they stopped this one also. So these are the things nowadays happening, and we are telling that social workers doesn't have much opportunity in this sector. Social workers have the vast opportunity in this sector, in the social determinants part. And National Stock Exchange also having some of the innovative programs and implemented projects on integrated thing. So what you are telling that, so National Education Policy is coming up, 4-year integrated programs are coming up, this kind of programs are, you can write proposals, they will fund you. They will fund you definitely. But you need some kind of support, practical. That's why we should be professional in the sector of elderly. So when you go to an organization for field work, I'm not asking you to do all the work, but you should familiar with what they are doing. Why I'm telling that, if you start an organization in future, you should know what are the activities happening in an organization. If you don't have any idea what elderly's preference for food, your organization will be a fail in later. Then if you should have work experience in that area also, which type of good is commonly good for elderly at this age or these things. So you should, and individual care plan model. So all these things, so I'm not telling, I'm winding up. So time limitations are there. So I agreed that I will wind up by 11:30. So time up. Thank you for your patient listening. And I know that I couldn't able to cover all the social determinants. It's not possible. If you get one day also, I cannot. So that much area, it's vast area, minute area. They have mentioned that classifications only, but under this classification, lot of different variables are there. All the areas are become next, I think after 10 to 15 years, it will become a scope for as a separate departments for that. So do this kind of certified programs. Those who are planning to go abroad also, you should have a prior experience. That experience will also. You can start the centers also in connection with some of the organization, in connection with some of the universities, colleges. But you should, therefore you should have a credibility. No, otherwise no one will approach you. Okay then. So I'm winding up, and I will be here till evening as well. I would like to hear sir, ma'am, and Hridayarajan sir coming up, then Shivaguma sir. These are good people to talk. I don't know much about ma'am, but I would like to eagerly waiting to hear, because these kind of interactive sessions, seminar, and all these things. So I personally give my thanks to the seminar organizers, especially Joe's called me. So thank you, Jose, also for inviting me, for your trust, entrusted in my area. Thank you once again. Have a good day. Any questions or interactions, please? I don't know. It's limited time. Not able to answer all the questions. Also, I'm seriously telling. I'm I'm not a 360-degree person knowing all the things. Whatever things I know, I can tell. Or otherwise, I will study and commend you. That's very simple. If you have any question, we have. Otherwise, we will wind up, and we have next sessions coming up. It's already late, 30 minutes late running. So before lunch, we have to make it in order. I thought.
Session. It was indeed an eye-opening one. So now we have a tea break, and before that, TADA forms which were distributed must be filled and submitted at the registration counter. So currently we can go for a 10-minute tea break.
on the topic, enhancing the quality of life in elderly care facilities. Mr. Phillips' dedication to improving the lives of the elderly is incredibly admirable and inspiring. Allow me to extend a heartfelt welcome to Mr. Gigi Phillips for the
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's really a privilege and honor for me to be here today talking about this subject. And I must congratulate Marine College, especially the Department of School of Social Work under the able leadership of Ajay Shah and Sibi sir. Thank you, sir, for inviting me to deliver a talk on this subject. I'm sure, yesterday also probably most of you were listening on the subject and you would have understood the importance of geriatric care or elderly care. So we are living in a phase where more and more requirement, like Dr. Rasi sir has just mentioned about the scope of this sector in the coming years, especially for social workers. It's becoming more and more visible and more possibilities. So all these seminars and your pondering on this sector will help you to develop more knowledge and skills which is required, which is in demand for this with this sector. Before I get into the topic, let me tell you that I am not a teacher or preacher or an academician. I am just giving my experience, sharing my experience in this field for the last 15 years. So most of the statistics and other parameters, probably all the learned researchers and academicians or practitioners would have given you or will be giving. So I'm just touching the topic from the way I have seen, I have experienced, and as probably I'll take only half an hour and then we'll have a 20 minutes question and answer section and then you can ask me questions. The theme of this seminar, Cultivating Well-Being, Nurturing the Traits of Happiness, Health and Honor in Elderly Care. So they have summed up everything. And the speakers will be sharing their experience in their specialized field. This is more important because, as I see it, we are going to look after people probably who may vanish from this world within the next 10-15 years. So it is more important, more dear to heart, that we are going to look after the areas of well-being of senior citizens who probably is going to pass away from this world once for all. So it's more important that how knowledgeable we should be, how skillfully we must, how empathetically we must take care of them. They are the reason for us. They are the one who brought us to success or today's world. So we are more than privileged or obliged to look after them when they need our support. I just would like to share a 2-minute clipping, and then I'll go to the main subject. Could you please?
In today's fast-paced world, there is a special group who holds unto timeless values and traditions. That is our senior citizens. They represent an era gone by, filled with wisdom and experience. For them, the saying early to bed and early to rise isn't just words, but a way of life. They take comfort in tending to gardens, nurturing memories from the past. Their dedication extends to places of worship, finding solace in prayer and spiritual connection. Despite the rapid progress of technology, they remain grounded in simplicity. They enjoy the feel of a newspaper in their hands, finding pleasure in the printed word. Their basic keypad phones may seem outdated to some, but to them, it's a connection to simpler times. What truly distinguishes them is their unwavering kindness. They have a natural ability to connect with others, offering a listening ear and sharing life's ups and downs. Their warmth and resilience shine as they navigate their later years. As time moves forward, let us not overlook the invaluable contributions of our senior citizens. Let us appreciate and care for them, adding richness to their lives. In doing so, we honor their legacy and enhance our own lives as well.
Enhancing the quality of life in elderly care facilities. It's a paid facility, not a free facility. So whatever I'm going to say will be in contrast to a paid facility. This subject is somehow, you're familiar, why we are here, what we are discussing. So it has, if you look at from multiple dimensions, Dr. Aziza just told that, Kerala is already aging. It's growing faster than any other state in India. And in India also is no longer a young country, it's an aging country. I mean, we are almost there. So, aging population is a concern, and that is why probably, more and more talks on this aging and elderly care will emerge in the coming years. Probably newspapers, other medias will be talking more on elderly care. We also have a fulfilling social and moral responsibility to our senior citizens, our parents, our elders. So from that context also, it's very important that we must familiarize, we must understand our responsibility towards them. Economic impact. This is another area which probably, we are forced to, because aging population in a given society will have its own economic impact. More and more wheelchair selling, walker, more related to elderly, more commercial items related to elderly will be in demand than, like for example, adult diapers will be in demand than, baby diapers. If you look at real estate, that already the shift is there towards most of these builders would like to develop elder-friendly residential flats. Maybe 5 years back or 10 years back, there were more IT professionals who were investing on real estate, or the young population who were rewarded with good, handsome remuneration, or NRIs, young NRIs, they were investing on real estate in Kerala. I'm talking about Kerala especially. But no longer that is the phase right now. It's more of 50 plus. Probably people who wanted to settle down in Kerala, they are looking for a residential apartment. So naturally, the builder segment, the real estate segment is now looking at building elder-friendly homes. More hospitals, more clinics, more geriatricians. I am sure Dr. Bobby Sarah will be speaking about that, because more specialization in health sector again towards geriatric. And I was starting from Marian College. I was, wherever I could go and meet social work faculties. I was very, very vehemently asking for geriatric social workers. Why not you start a specialization on geriatric social work? Why again say medical and psychiatry and child psychology and things like that? That's going to be the, less in demand, more in demand would be geriatric social work. Fourthly, intergenerational harmony. About 20% of Kerala's population is already 60 plus. And if there is not a healthy connection between the youth and the old, social workers must be knowing that it can affect a healthy societal understanding, relationship. So it's more important that from that context also elderly care is discussed and more policies and procedures developed. This is again from my experience. It's not a definition of quality of life in elderly, but what I've seen is when you are old and when you are independent, most likely that your quality of life is comparatively better. Independence of what? Independence in physical. Physically you're independent. You can move around. You are not dependent on a caregiver straight away. You are healthy enough. Social independence. You can decide your own socialization. Emotional independence. Yes, you can spend time with whichever age group you would like to and then be happy within that circle. Financial independence, of course, is also determines quality of life in among senior citizens. Intellectual independence. Wealth of experience and knowledge you are carrying, and then if that can be shared, and then if you are seen as people of value, especially to people around you or the youngsters, yes, their quality of life is better. And of course, spiritual independence. That you are free to connect with whichever religion you are, so you feel there again the quality of life is better. So this independence of a person in old age is what I generally feel determines quality of life in old age. Aging, of course, it's a process, you all know that. So, from a toddler to a person who probably depending on a caregiver. So, the aging is a process, and we are going to touch various stages where the quality of life is enhanced or trying to be better from an elder-friendly setting. Self-sufficiency to interdependence. As we discussed, when you have the independence, you felt very self-confident, and slowly you are getting into a stage where interdependent. Probably to a total dependence. And then comes crisis management, where various health issues or mental health issues are being discussed or tackled with various other agencies, and you come to end-life care situation. These are the 5 eyes of geriatric. It's called 5 eyes of geriatric giants, or 5 giants in geriatric. Teratogenesis, something to do with your disease. Probably, you are a diabetic, or you have respiratory issues, or something related to some health issues which is bothering you. Incontinence, of course, that it is the bladder capacity, your ability to control the bladder. Immobility related to either wheelchair or your instability and intellectual impairment. Your cognitive faculties are it's not in control, so you have issues there also. And as we all know that prevention is often linked to monitoring. Prevention is better than cure. So in a geriatric setting, a paid geriatric setting, this is what generally the advantage is. He or she get involved in a structured environment where monitoring leads to much safer surrounding that enhances the chances of finding the threats rather than treating it. What we talk about plan of care for the particular individual and clear monitoring. So that is an advantage under a care facility where probably this can be monitored to the best of ability of that particular setting, so that you can probably prevent or even stretch the aging process, or you can slow down the aging process to a certain degree. Quality indicators for elderly. As I've told you that it is mostly on independence, so that is something related here also. Choice, that as an individual you can make your choices. you can make decisions, you can handle finances, you probably have adequate finances, or you are able to manage that. You can move around confidently, you can have socialization, spirituality. So if these faculties are to an extent maintained well, there again the setting, the senior care setting can help the elderly person to effectively handle these faculties on a better scale. This is again something which I have found from my experience, how to facilitate these quality indicators in a care facility. Looking for small and big initiative to make a difference. The management of the care facility is involved to an extent that they look for initiative to make big or small or big differences among the residents there. It's not just accommodation and providing food to them or whatever we discuss about monitoring them, making care plans for them, but taking initiatives, which probably initiatives like organizing a trip outside the facility, or inviting some experts to discuss topics of common interest. It could be even just inviting children from nearby school to do some singing or something. So what I'm trying to say is that small and big initiative will definitely make a lot of difference to their day-to-day life, or it can ignite their self-esteem or emotional independence. So the service provider or the care facility should take adequate initiatives to keep them occupied. Because most of the places I have seen that if it's not a well-groomed or planned facility, the elders there are just fed and they are being maintained cleanly, no doubt, but there is no other activities for them to get engaged, and there is no you can seldom see bright faces. So but if you go to a place where there are activities, quite often they look forward to honesty and transparency from the service provider. This is something again they probably appreciate. In today's context, I would say that most of the service providers today are looking after people who are born between 1930s and 1940s. I always tell or think that I would say 100% of them never would have thought that they will end up in a care home towards their end life. But today's situation forced them to be there, and they have their own culture and values and beliefs, and they look forward to this honesty and transparency from people around who are looking after them, from the management to the caregiver. They look for this honesty and transparency. So it is again related to quality of life in a senior care setting, that if the management and the staff there demonstrate honesty and transparency to an extent, the trust factor of the relationship is brighter in such a facility. Welcoming diverse perspectives and working well together. This is another area which, from my experience, I have seen that all of them are not same. There are challenges where some are very, very demanding, some are very accommodative, both the person whom you are serving and their families. So one has to be open, that you're welcoming different challenges, and you are accepting that. You are open towards that. And that attitude definitely enhances the quality of a senior's life in a care facility. The other one I have noticed is demonstrating quality care. Demonstrating quality care to the elders staying within the facility. Because you can imagine that, let's say 50 residents living together, they have come from different background, different educational background, different financial background, religion, culture, whatever. And they know that, they are somehow, I would say, forced to. There are very few who by choice come there, and most of the time they are forced to move into a care facility today. Tomorrow it can change. But today most of them are, they prefer their own home, because we are talking about paid facility, and so they are paying and coming and staying in a care facility today, not probably voluntarily, but the circumstances around force them to come. So they are always little suspicious, little reserved, and if you can deliberately show that you do care, our social workers are here, so of course they are from different colleges, different background. All of them are the first job. So I sometimes tell them that you demonstrate deliberately that empathy, so that to gain confidence of the residents. I mean, genuinely also, it's not that you're just showing it, but these eyes are watching you very closely, your movements, your words, because they have come from a different era. They notice all that, and they value all that. So you need to be very, very demonstrative of quality care to them to gain their confidence. And actively understanding the needs and interests of the elderly, their families, and the team members. We cannot have a one just common, standard of systems. You should be adaptive to their systems. Like, for example, their breakfast time or lunch time or dinner time should be a little more flexible. You can't say to them saying that, you'll be served from this hours to this hours. If you don't come, you'll not be able to adjust. You should be more accommodative, saying that, okay, this is the standard, but then, the later part you can be quiet. You can say that 7 to 8 is your breakfast time, but if someone is coming at 9 o'clock, you should pleasantly serve them. So, care plans should be very, very personal oriented. And not only the people whom we serve and their immediate family members also. Not only the family members, but the staff who is working within the facility. So we should be, the facility management should know the care or the staff's various challenges also. This is something which I thought, if I have to be looking for a place for my parents, I have listed these 10 points, or probably if I am going to look around for a right elderly care facility, these are the 10 points, probably I will check it out. Choice of residence that I should be given a chance to choose my preferred residence, my preferred facility. I should not be forced to accept something, but whoever is taking the decision, should give a chance for me to choose the residence, the facility. not only that, I should also have a self-decision making opportunity in that facility. Wherever I am going, the decision should not be entrusted to me, but then I should be given a fairly good chance for making my own decision. Safety and security, I should be more comfortable looking at the elder care facility that I am more secured in this place. Not only that, I should have a pride of ownership. I have over the years lived in a certain, enjoyed certain privilege of my own standards and settings, and I would like to continue that standards in my old age also. So I should feel that, okay, wherever I am going to stay for my final day, till my final days, I should feel that, yes, I am in a place where I am proud about the place where I am living. Of course, non-isolation. It should not be isolated place where people seldom come, talk to me. I should not get a feeling that I am again isolated to a situation where I feel very lonely. The other factor probably I look at is immediate medical attention. So I'll be looking at whether the care facility has got a system where in the need of hour on an emergency, immediate medical attention is available. The other one is most sensitive. I am sure the practitioners here sitting will know that old age, people do believe that your taste goes down, but then it's very, very sensitive. We are very sensitive about the food served to us. We are probably very finicky about it, and then so I should have a choice of menu or choice of food. It's again not, it should not be trust to me saying that this is what it is. I don't get a choice, okay, if we can, I am sure that it's not a hotel where I can make a decision, and it's not, these facilities are not running a restaurant, but can I get at least 2 or 3 choices so that I can make one as my choice. Other one is professional aid. How good is the care facility where any segment, whether it is finance, whether it is secretarial, whether it is medical, nursing, physiotherapy, or whichever area, dietitian, do have the service of a professional. So that is something which again I may look at too. The other one is a little selfish. While preparing the slide, I did tell my colleague who helped to prepare the slide, saying that, of course, now I am staying in a facility where I'm in charge of, so this is not possible. As we expand, I can't live within the facility. The advantage of the service provider within the facility is that, the residents, the elders staying there will have extra confidence, saying that they just can walk in and then express their concerns and share their problems with the service provider. So may not be practical, but if it is there, it's an added advantage. And of course, it's elder-friendly infrastructure. I have come from a builder background, although I did my master's in social work, but I was, most of my life, in my career, I have associated with a property developer. So where, infrastructure is all this is what we discuss and we deliver. But after coming to elder care setting, I understood that, infrastructure only is 30%. Yes, you need a elder-friendly infrastructure, but that is only the 30% of the care delivery system. 70% is the life there, the operations. But still it is very crucial that the facility is planned well designed well infrastructure-wise. Okay, this is something which we always talk about in our facility. Quality of life depends on quality of care. Quality of life of an elder depends on the quality of care he gets or she gets. And if his quality of care depends on quality of people. This is very, 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 very. It's not that, I know something about quality or elder care, but my team should know equally. And for my team to know what is the time and effort I put in to make them knowledgeable, adequately skilled to serve the seniors. So quality of life depends on quality of care. And quality of care depends on quality of people in it. So this is something which I have tried to explain in that earlier slide where I said, professional aid, I should be in a position to be satisfied that, yes, the care what I'm getting is from a professional. I just suddenly remember an incident where when we, this was around 10 years back, when our first facility was in place at Kargichal Kottayam. It so happened that, one day we had an inquiry, a former ambassador of India to Sri Lanka walked into our office. He was looking around for a place for himself because he lost his wife recently, and then he was looking for a place to spend his last year. So he liked the place, and he was agreeable to pay us for whatever financials we have discussed with him. But as he left, we had a meeting, and I still remember, our chairman said, Gigi, I don't think we should go ahead with this inquiry anymore. And the reason he cited was that you look at your team, Gigi, how many of them can have a dialogue or can talk to him or even deliver the services what probably he is expected. So what happens is, when you, what I'm trying to say is that, if you are delivering the services, it should match to the person's requirement. It is very hard. It's very easy for me to tell, but it is very hard as a service provider to grade up ourselves to various challenges like this. But again, you cannot ignore the quality of people who is delivering the services. So the quality of life of an elder in a elderly setting depends on the care what he gets there, and that is directly connected to the quality of people who we train and deliver the services. So that comes to the staff members. Of course, I have kept three things in mind while preparing the slide. That is, one is, of course, the elder care, the quality services. Secondly, I thought that, okay, if that need to be achieved, a certain quality of care need to be achieved, I need to have a backup in not only in the systems like having, everything in place, like your plan of care and other procedures, and but I should also have a quality staff around who understand this very sensitive quality deliverance, and then how I do, equip them that way. So there again, I have said this is again in direct relations to the enhancing quality care in care settings, a healthy work-life balance. മലയാളത്തിൽ ഞങ്ങൾ സ്റ്റാഫിനോട് പറയാറുണ്ട്, ഈ ഒരു സെക്ടർ, എൽഡർ കെയർ സെക്ടർ ഫോർ എ സർവീസ് പ്രൊവൈഡർ, നമ്മൾ പറയുന്നത് കഷ്ടപ്പെടാൻ ഇഷ്ടപ്പെടുന്നവരുടെ ഒരു മേഖലയാണെന്ന് പറയും. സോ രാജ് സാർ സോഷ്യൽ വർക്കേഴ്സിനെയൊക്കെ ഇങ്ങനെ ചലഞ്ച് ചെയ്ത് പറഞ്ഞു, that there is more scope. Yes, all that is true, but do you have കഷ്ടപ്പെടാൻ ഇഷ്ടപ്പെടുന്ന മനസ്സുണ്ടോ എന്ന് തോന്നുന്നു. We just talked to Dr. Sarah Bobby also. She was mentioning about the burnout on caregivers plus the management. She is having 2 centers in Cochin. Both are almost full. So when the management or when the service provider directly get involved when the day-to-day operation of the facility, it's very tough. So is the caregiver. Again, Dr. Azizar mentioned about it. So the burnout. A better, well-run service facility should provide a healthy work-life balance to its staff. Next is, we should explain to them professionally what is their role. Exactly, they should know what they need to tell. Now, for example, I can just remember that a non-diabetic elder person went to hospital, and the caregiver who was accompanying the person told the doctor that, he's a diabetic. Of course, lab reports were in there, but then the caregiver unknowingly informed the doctor that the person is diabetic. Not only that, in one step ahead, saying that, Apachan is having difficulty in swallowing food. So this is all sometimes misrepresents, and it can create. So the caregiver should know that, what she or he should tell, how to handle. So that's what I thought. They should understand their professional roles. Transparent management system, again, to strengthen the confidence of the staff you have, it should be transparent enough for them to trust the service provider or the management. They should have adequate recreational services, recreational facilities rather, and again, quality of food for them should be good enough so that they feel that they are part of the team and they are well respected, given importance. Of course, they need counseling. The management should also be open to know their needs. Not only knowing that, they should consider their wants, should have proper employee welfare schemes, and finally, but not the last, an inclusiveness, equality and inclusiveness among each others. The staff, we do create deliberately that situation where our staff members feel that they are cared for, even if they have some, I won't say deformity, but then any physical or mental challenges also. This is something again we can think about, that we break the institutional care concept to a more of community living ideology or a homely setting. So that is something again, if the service provider can deliberately create, it will enhance the quality of life of a senior in such facilities. When it comes to specifically about care setting, specialized departments, so that the organizational structure is very, very clear and everyone knows where they are and what they are, whom to they report and what is their deliverances are. Of course, comprehensive staff training. It's a continuous one, it's not one time. Person-centered care approach, regular assessments and care planning, elder-friendly infrastructure, proper staff to resident ratio. We are today in Travancore Foundation, it's like one person having two staff. Probably that's not going to be the same in future because of the challenges of having more caregivers and the cost. So, but at least adequate staffing, quality assurance and monitoring system, respecting cultural competence and diversity, transparency among interdisciplinary team members. This is again very important that the team members between themselves are very clear and very, very honest and transparent in giving details, sharing details. To conclude, I would say that to care those who once cared us is a privilege and honor. Thank you. Now I'm open for questions. 10 minutes or 5 minutes, because I don't want to eat on to Dr. Sarabogi's time. So if anyone want to ask any questions, I am happy to answer. I think no one is having, so thank you so much for listening.
I'm deeply grateful to Mr. Gigi Philip for his tireless efforts in building the Travancore Foundation, a senior care center for generously sharing his expertise in this field. Your dedication has created a haven of comfort and care for our elderly community, making a profound impact on countless lives. Thank you, sir.
radiation oncologist by profession. She completed her MBBS from Kastoop Medical College, Bangalore, and her post-graduation at Amrita Institute of Medical Sciences. However, she has developed a keen interest in palliative and geriatric care, leading her to establish a residential care center in Kochi in 2018. Her Kencare Senior Care Center operates 2 branches in Kochi. A dedicated team comprising doctors, nurses, physiotherapists, and trained caregivers is committed to providing compassionate care to the elderly. With great pleasure, let me invite Dr. Bobby for the lecture.
Very good afternoon. After lunch session is usually the most difficult because we've all had our tummies full and then, the blood supply goes to the stomach. So we'll have very little attention span. But today I want to thank the organizers of the regional seminar on aging, Marian College, Kutikanam, for inviting me. My actual training is in the field of radiation oncology and cancer care, but I took an interest towards palliative care, and now it has been almost 5 years since we started our first home. We started our first home in residential care home, which is a paid home, in 2018 with 10 beds. 2018 when I started because I used to go house to house and see patients at home, and I saw how horrible some of their situation is. They are alone at home with a caregiver, and the caregiver is not in any way related. They are not supervised. Because of that, the caregiver is, most of the time they are on their mobiles, and the patient has bed sores. There is no care, but they are paid by the children who are abroad. And there is no option. One day, ഞാൻ വീടുകളിൽ പോയ സമയത്ത് ഒരു അമ്മ എന്നോട് പറഞ്ഞു, ഡോക്ടർ ഒരു വീട് എടുത്താൽ ഞാൻ അവിടെ വന്ന് നിൽക്കാം, ഇവരുടെ ഉപദ്രവം എനിക്ക് സഹിക്കാൻ വയ്യ. പേയ്മെൻറ്റും കൊടുത്ത് വീട്ടിലൊരാളെ നിർത്തിയിട്ട് മാനസികമായിട്ടും ശാരീരികമായിട്ടും ഉപദ്രവം സഹിക്കേണ്ട ഒരു അവസ്ഥയാണ് പല വീടുകളിലും ഇപ്പോൾ കേരളത്തിൽ. സോ seeing that, I started a home. I took a house. I told my husband, 10 പേരെങ്കിൽ 10 പേര്, let us take care of 10 people well. They are willing to pay. But whatever you're paying the home nurse, you pay us. We will take care of you. അത് ആ ഒരു ആശയം വെച്ച് തുടങ്ങിയതാണ്. Today, 5 years later, we have 2 centers, almost 110 beds. We just started our second center now. That already has 20 patients. Thank you. 20 residents, I would say, and the need is only increasing. So this is one typical scenario I want to present, which came to us. A 96-year-old lady, frail, bedbound since last 6 months. She had a fall and a fracture of the left femur. A fracture repair idu. Despite surgery, spending at the best hospital, at the best surgeon, they repaired the fracture, but the patient couldn't walk. Because she was bedridden, she was staying, for many years, she has been staying with her 76-year-old daughter, who is a widow. And one day, while giving birth to this elderly mother, she and a caregiver, both the caregiver and the daughter were taking her to the toilet, and the daughter sprained her back. She developed a fracture of the spine, and she became bedbound. So now what do you do with the mother? Can anybody guess how many children this lady had? Since you are all, you can take any number. Anybody? Only one child? Okay, somebody saying 1. Any other guesses? How many children does this 96-year-old lady means? Those days there was no birth control. So you can... 12, somebody said the correct number. 12 children. Okay. So 12 children, oldest is 76, youngest is in late 50s. 5 or 6 of them are abroad, only 3 were here in India. All 3 were not in a position to take care of her. So what do you do? So they had a discussion among themselves, and they decided to search online and find a good care center near their house. And they came to our center. The person who came to admit the resident was actually retired from the United Nations. One of the children, her husband, had retired from United Nations and was in a very high profile job. So he said, we have been abroad most of our lives and we understand that concept of care home. So today, are care homes more in Kerala or less? Can you guess how many care homes are there? In Ernakulam district alone, there are more than 300. And the number is only increasing. Now, is it good or is it bad? Is a different question. But there is a growing need, because whenever there is a migration out, there is always a population that is left here. Because of the growing migration, this is a growing problem across Kerala. So when she came to us, she had certain medical conditions and the children decided not to investigate further. No further investigations, no further treatment. And she had a peaceful death few months later in our care home, surrounded by her family, and she passed away peacefully without any pain. Now this is a second scenario, who is a 67-year-old. He's a corporate trainer. He was working in a few countries abroad. Recently diagnosed 2 years back with chronic hepatocellular carcinoma with chronic liver disease. He's a chronic alcoholic, consumes alcohol almost daily. He has a very strained relationship with his wife and his children, and they have been separated for many years. So who will take care of him now? This is a big question. So he has few brothers. They were kind enough to come forward and take care of him. But it reached a point where he could not be managed at home. Till there was no further possibility of care, and so they decided to come to our center. So what exactly is palliative care? Palliative care is actually a discipline that improves the quality of life. We are not saying we will prolong life, but the quality of life of patients, and very importantly their families. Palliative care is a department or a specialization that does not only cater to the patient or the resident, but involves the family members as well, because many of these diseases, who actually suffers, for example, dementia is a disease in elderly where they lose their memory. I always say dementia doesn't affect the resident or the person or the patient. Dementia affects the people who are taking care of him. Because he is my father, but he doesn't know I am his son. So when they are calling him Papa, he says, Poda, ni arada. There is a patient who came to us. He attacked his son with a knife because he thought he was a robber. അടുക്കളയിലുള്ള കത്തി വെച്ചിട്ട് മകനെ കുത്തി. മകൻ ഒരു വീട്ടിനകത്ത് കൊള്ളയടിക്കാൻ വന്നതാണെന്ന് വിചാരിച്ചിട്ട് മകനെ കത്തി വെച്ച് കുത്തിയ ഒരു ഫാദർ. ഈ മകൻ തന്നെയാണ് ഈ അച്ഛനെ ഞങ്ങളുടെ കെയർ ഹോമിൽ കൊണ്ട്. ഡിമെൻഷ്യ they can become very aggressive. So many families are suffering. ഈ ഏകദേശം 5 വർഷത്തോളം we have helped almost 250 families. ഞാൻ പറയും, we have a social work department, some of them are here. And I tell them, I said, we are here for these families who are suffering. It is not just the resident who is suffering, but every day when we come for work, we should understand that every family member is suffering. They are not happy to put them in a care home. Don't ever think that they come very happily and admit them, but they have no choice. It has come to a place where it is very difficult to get carers. Caregivers are getting more and more, vacancies abroad. I started a caregiver training program. I thought that people will come who are, wanting to take care of the elderly. But the reality is, people want to go abroad. And this is the easiest way to go abroad now. For carer visa vanadode, caregiving has become a very sought after job. But we must understand in this field, we are dealing with people with lot of pain. Gigi sir നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞായിരുന്നു, quality of care depends on the quality of the person delivering the care. The end point of care is the caregiver. And നമ്മൾ caregivers have got a big role in ensuring the quality of life, and social workers have got a bigger role in ensuring the quality of life of the caregivers. So this becomes a spectrum where palliative care is actually the relief you need when you are experiencing a serious medical illness. So who all needs palliative care, or who are all the, the spectrum of diseases എന്ന് വെച്ച് നോക്കുവാണെങ്കിൽ you have cancer at the top, that we all are aware. But what about dementia? Palliative care in dementia, have you heard about? It is much required because this is a chronic illness. Stroke, Parkinson's, stroke, they give the treatment at home. But somebody who was cooking their food till yesterday, developed a stroke today, goes to the hospital, comes back after 10 days, they cannot even drink a glass of water without help because one whole side is paralyzed. So we have so many chronic illnesses like chronic liver disease, chronic heart failure, chronic kidney disease, so many diseases. And who is usually the patients? Ages. Any guess? Age will be? Who suffers from these diseases, chronic diseases? Elderly. Only elderly people. You don't have children with many of these diseases. You don't have middle age with these diseases. The 99.9% of all chronic illness is in elderly. So debility of old age, just being old, I think it was already mentioned here, I think Rasi sir mentioned the young old and the old. Today if you are retiring at 60 to 70, 75 you are healthy. 75 your health starts actually declining. Above 80 you are likely to need at least one person care. You are likely to need, not necessarily we know 90-year-olds who are healthy and playing badminton, but you are likely around more than 50% will need at least one person care, and at least 20% will need two-person care, two people to just lift them. So this is the scenario of a family who has got a person suffering with chronic illness. They need education, they need support, they need caregiver burnout. എന്താണ് caregiver burnout? 24 hours ഒരു ഭാര്യ ഒരു ഭർത്താവിനെ കെയർ ചെയ്യുമ്പോഴത്തേക്ക് കുറച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞ് കെയർ ഗിവർ ഫറ്റീഗ് വരും. There are instances I know of people who have just the wife becomes sick because of caring for the husband. So caregiver burnout, because this is not 1 year, 2 years, sometimes they are caring for sick or chronic illness for more than 10 years, day in, day out. And that becomes a big burden. Then the burden of care. Living long is very nice. It's good to celebrate. But there is a cost involved. ഞാൻ എപ്പോഴും പറയും കെയർ ഹോമിൽ വിചാരിക്കും everybody wants to pay. But today, I was telling Gigi sir, says, we are facing the reality that every time the bill goes to the children, they are saying cut this, cut that. But when it comes to the children, they will tell them to the best school, best institution, best everything. But when it comes to the parents, because we are talking about an age group of 90, that means their children are in the 70s and 60s. They have grandchildren. Their grandchildren are, I know people whose grandchildren are in Ireland and Australia and those places. But when it comes to providing for the children and their grandchildren, they are okay, or they are happy to do that. But when it comes to spending for the parents, sometimes there is a burden of care. So I always tell all my staff also, ഈ ഫീൽഡിൽ വന്നാൽ നമുക്ക് മക്കളോടുള്ള സ്നേഹം കുറയും. You may start reducing the love for your children, but it is a reality. So everybody should have their own retirement plan. I know the Maintenance Act and all is there, but it is not practical. Many times it is not being implemented. The only thing you can do is plan for your own retirement. And if you are able to care for your parents You make sure they have the minimum possible services, and they are ensured a best quality of life. But these are realities. In the West, it is easy because the government, it is the responsibility of the government to take care of the citizen. It is not the responsibility of the children. There nobody will call the child when they have a medical emergency. They will call 911 and their insurance company. They will not call the children. So this is where in our culture today, the burden of care is becoming more and more a problem. And when to actually, is the therapy to modify disease, is it that slide? Yeah, I can't see the slides. Maybe, can I have a mic otherwise? Okay, so is this, that graph is there about acute, chronic, and end of life? Do you have that slide? So you can see that in the early phase of the disease, actually you don't need much palliative care support, but towards the end of life and even after that, bereavement support. Now there are so many social workers here. This is a big area, bereavement support. Especially for hello, yeah. So this is a graph where actually we need to increase the availability of palliative care and hospice care. Hospice in the Western countries, they have got different types of accommodation for seniors. If it is young senior, just retired, they call it senior living community. That is what Gigi sir was talking about, encouraging more and more people to come, same age group, they can at least share stories, they can sit and talk, and they have a community. Because if they are at home, what happens? They are all alone. Recently one lady had come, she is about 90 years old. She came to our center. So I asked her, Amma makkalakke evadeyanu? മക്കളുണ്ട്. അപ്പം മകൻ എന്ത് ചെയ്യുന്നു? അവനവിടെ വീട്ടിൽ വെറുതെ കുത്തിയിരിക്കുകയാണ്. അവൻ റിട്ടയർ ചെയ്തൊക്കെയാണ്, പക്ഷെ വീട്ടിൽ വെറുതെ കുത്തിയിരിക്കുകയാണ്. എന്നോട് ആർക്കും മിണ്ടാൻ നേരമില്ല. Then I understood she is a, so when people come to the house, she will be telling from morning till evening, nobody looks after me, nobody looks after me. But she wanted company. And she is very happy here, and she is one of the people who will counsel the new residents. Why you want to stay at home? You come and sit here. At least there are people to talk and things. So community living is a initial part, but there is a place for assistance living where you need a person to support you. Then you go into complete dependence. And hospice is where you have a chronic illness which cannot be cured, and you are spending the last few months, weeks or days having a dignified death. Is a dignified death something that we can all look forward to? Because hospice actually in the West, it is a more established concept. But here hospice is becoming, it is a palliative care. Hospice care means evdeyo kondu thalli. That is the concept. But death is a reality that we must all face. So going to the next slide. This is where we have to communicate with the family. First, we have to understand what exactly are you expecting. So many times I talk to the family and I ask, what is your expectation? Are you expecting somebody who was walking 6 months back is now bedridden? Now from this bedridden phase, what are you expecting? Nobody talks about what is the goal of medical care. So how much to treat? So they have urine infection, you have this, they have that, we keep treating. Now medically it is already proven that with every hospitalization, many times you will see in geriatric care, somebody who is walking goes to the hospital with an infection. After the hospitalization, they come back, they are not able to get up. Why? Because with each infection, the baseline will come down. With each intervention, the baseline will come down. And body has a natural clock. There is a mechanism for this to shut down. So aggressive treatment of an incurable illness is not actually logical, and we should actually communicate with the family. Why? Because many of them are expecting, because seeing the movies and all, you will think that all supernatural things will happen with medicine. But the reality is that we cannot really change the biological clock, and there is a limit to what medical care can do. So the suffering of the disease versus the suffering of the treatment. Now the disease process itself has a suffering. The treatment also has a suffering. And that is a treatment-based suffering we don't talk about. So I was working in oncology, and I used to see patients all the time saying, I wish we had not started treatment. Because before we started treatment, we were at least able to eat our own food. Now after starting treatment, we cannot even taste the food because of the chemotherapy and some of the medications and things like that. They are not even able to enjoy their daily life. So the nature of the disease, the nature of the treatment, the suffering of the disease versus the suffering of the treatment, it has to be very clear. What is the outcome? What will we achieve? These have to be very clearly communicated. Then the quality of life versus the quantity of life. Now I always say that quality of life, Gigi sir had mentioned a lot of factors. But very simply, if you can recognize your family members, if you can go to the toilet, if you can enjoy, a few days back, it was the International Day of Happiness. So our social work department, they asked us all to write, what is your definition of happiness? So I sat and I wrote Appam and stew. Is, simple things. But we are not able to derive happiness from these small things. Because many of our residents, they don't know what they are eating even. They have forgotten. I know a lady, her husband is her son-in-law is a doctor. And one day when he came back from his outpatient clinic, she was using the comb to eat the kanji. She forgot the use of the comb because of dementia. So we should be able to enjoy small things. So quality of life is different for different people. My quality of life may be very different from Rasi sir's or Pindo sir's quality of life. So this has to be communicated with the patient. Now when I ask you, how many of our residents, our social work department, they know, many of them don't want to come to a home. They would prefer to die in their own house. But it is not possible anymore because nobody is there in the house. It has become more difficult to maintain elderly at home than it is in the centers. The risk is very high. So quality of life versus quantity of life. Do you want to live to be 100? Today if you ask me, I'll say yes, provided I can eat my own food, recognize people, go to the bathroom by myself. Simple things. We don't think that getting up and going to the toilet every day by yourself is a big thing. But for an elderly person, it is a big thing. 90% of the falls happen in the house and in the toilets. So quality of life versus quantity of life. There is no point in prolonging a person's life if they are not able to enjoy that. Then this is a term that often the family, we want to fight till the end. So what is the fight till the end? So our end point is death a bad thing? How many of you know somebody who has received the best medical treatment and is living to be 200 years old? Anybody knows? Any hospital internationally? Anybody knows any patient who is 200 years old, 150 years old? Now we know 100. 100, it is still extended to 100. How many 100-year-old people, if you ask them, they want to even live one more year? My father is 88. Last few months ago, he was the second senior most in our family. We had a 93-year-old uncle who was the senior most. Now today my father, few months back, their uncle passed away. He was bedridden for many months. But till 92 he was walking around and he was a chief engineer, retired. My father is today 88. He used to drive the car till 2 years back. Now he has developed severe heart failure. He can only move around inside the house. One day he asked me, I want to go and see my friend. So I took him to see his friend. His friend has severe dementia. He couldn't recognize him. And he told me, don't bring me back here again. What is the quality of life if you are going to live to be 100 but you have no friends? You are attending more funerals than anybody else. And you are not even able to take care of yourself. Is that a good quality of life? So fighting till the end, we have to define what is the end. So my father, yesterday he was telling me, I want to, he had told me when he was 80 years old, he was sick and he was requiring to be in the ICU. That day he said, don't put me on the ventilator. And they had said immediately, we need to do a surgery. So he told me, he said, till 80 I lived without the surgery. Let me see how many more years we will go. So yesterday he was telling me, I want to give my body to the Kalamassery Medical College for studies. Let people learn medicine and things like that. So they are thinking about death. What is the number one thing on the elderly person's mind? It's the fear of death and dying. There is a fear of death. They know it is a reality. So when you are caring for them, when you are involved in the care for the elderly, we must realize that their number one fear is dying, and sometimes dying alone. That is their number one fear. So when we are in this field, how can we build a effective communication? We have to build a relationship. We have to understand who they are, where they are coming from, what is their current situation in life. They don't want sympathy. They don't want pity party. I had a lady who came to me. She was in our center because her caregiver was on leave. She was actually the first or the only Malayali lady who was the president of the Indian Hockey Association. She said, whichever airport in India I land, there will be a car and a driver to receive me. I had a life like that. So I don't want anybody's pity or sympathy. അങ്ങനെയും എനിക്കൊരു ജീവിതം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. So when we are looking at them, we are thinking that they are now old, sad. No, we are all going to become old. They don't want our sympathy. So they have got the real fear of death and dying, and steps to build a effective communications, build a relationship. Talk about their old life. Ask them questions, where you were, what you were, listen. Unless we actually listen to them, then only we can enter their shoes. If we need to build a relationship, we need to open a discussion, gather information. We have to understand their perspective. So they are all very, very, today they know to Google, they know Facebook, Instagram vare ettitilla, but Facebook vare ettittundu. And they know YouTube, they are learning so many things on YouTube. So we should understand, and they are researching a lot about their sickness and illness and everything. So we should understand the patient's perspective, understand the family's perspective, and share information. So this should we should reach an agreement on problems and plans and close the discussion sensitively. So we have to be very careful whenever we are communicating with them, because they can be very demanding. They can constantly call. They can be very, very demanding. But we need to understand where they are coming from. So the next slide, bad communication. Hit and run approach. Anyway, you are sick, so you just lie there. Your disease, there's no cure. We cannot do anything. Itraka patullu. This is called hit and run approach. Straight answer to straight questions. Where they ask something, yes, no answers. Then we don't talk to them, we only talk to the relatives. So when the relatives come, you're talking very nicely, but you don't even talk to the patient or the resident. Sometimes we can be very blunt or unfeeling, and we can destroy whatever hope that they have. So where can palliative care be given? We can give in the outpatient, in the inpatient, palliative care units, home visits, hospice, all of this is available. Okay, I will quickly I want to wind up by 2:30 so we can have questions. This is one point I want to bring. What is benefit, what is effect, and what is futile care? So what is the effect of a treatment? The effect of a treatment is, supposing you are giving an intervention or a treatment and it is improving a parameter. For example, all of you may be aware that kidney function, there is serum creatinine. So we are giving an intervention and the serum creatinine, which was very high, 8, it comes down to 3. Or the urine output, it increases. This is an effect. What is a benefit? Benefit is something which the patient or the family member, they can appreciate that benefit. But futile care is when we are going on giving medical care which does not really achieve any benefit, and there is no real change that you can see in the patient. So then it becomes futile care. Can you give the treatment? You can give. But is there any result? No result. So in elderly care, we must actually try to enable functional independence. Functional independence, I'll just come to that slide. We should improve the quality of life. We have to prevent morbidities. There are certain conditions like fall, delirium, fracture, infections, all of this which can worsen their quality of life. We should prevent neglect and abuse, maintain dignity and self-worth, and address family and caregiver issues. So functional independence, activities of daily living. I think this is all the social workers should know the activities of daily living. There is a index also, CARES index is what we are following, but mobility, toileting, there's able to walk, get up from the bed and go to the toilet, able to change their dress. Sometimes they cannot even put their buttons because they have tremors. I had a neighbor of mine. She was a doctor. She was retired. She was living alone. The apartment just above my apartment. She had tremors. So she couldn't even drink tea or coffee or anything like that without the glass spilling. So she used to put in a straw. Somebody will have to give the mug. She'll put a straw and drink. So one day, when it was windy, it was very windy and rainy, she went to close the window. And her hand got stuck in the windowsill and her index finger was literally amputated. It got cut off. And that small piece fell on the ground. Her husband passed away 2 or 3 years back. After that, her children are in 3 different states. One is in USA, one is in Amsterdam, another one is in Canada. So she used to travel 3 months Canada, 3 months, like that. She was very active. But after this incident, when this finger fell down, she didn't know who to call even. She called the security guard. Security called the flat secretary. The flat secretary went to her house, put the finger in a bag, went to the hospital immediately, and they were able to save the finger. But she moved into an assisted living home 1 year later. She sold her apartment and she moved to an assisted living. She said, if I fall here and die, even nobody will know. So we should understand that the reality of functional independence is also safety in the house. She was able to do all her duties. She's able to, she's very intelligent. She can manage all of this. But there was no immediate point of contact or immediate service provider in case of an emergency who will even come to take her to the hospital. So these are some of the things that we should understand about the practical things about functional independence. So when functional independence declines, what is the next option? Today we have a lot of stigma associated with institutional care. Now, today we are all, I am in my late 40s. We are thinking about, building a house versus going to an institutional retirement home. So my husband was telling recently, he says, why we need to build a house? We might as well book in some old age home or something. Because our generation has accepted that our children will not be there to care for us. I have two children. One is in VIT where Rasi sir is. Younger one has finished his 12th standard. But we are very much prepared that our children will not be there. Now we are a generation, I took care of my mother, my father is also there. I did not even go abroad or anything like that because of my parents were here. So this generation is only there like that. After this, I'm sure majority of you want to go abroad. If I ask you to raise your hands, I think 90% of this hall will raise their hands, which is okay. I feel that we have to send the children abroad for, if they have opportunities there, they should go and they should get a good future. It is good. But we should also have a proper place where we can feel safe. So there is a lot of stigma associated with institutional care, that it is a dumping ground, there is isolation there. Because why all the, there are movies that show they're all, dump the parents in a old age home. But the reality is that this is going to be a need of the future. This is a service which is going to come in much demand. And if you are thinking about elderly care and if you are interested, see, this is a very, the headache is also like that. Sometimes, the strain of managing so many elderly people is huge. That I think those of us in elder care, I was telling Gigi sir, I am having burnout. Because managing people and so many staff are leaving. On an average, we get 3, 4, 5 resignations per month. Because people are getting tired of this job. It is not a very, corporate job pole, nalloru environment anganeyulla oru sahacharyam allathadukondu there are a lot of people not willing to come into this field. So dumping, isolation, loneliness is the stigma. But that has to change. I think there is a big need for good centers which provide care. A lot of our residents who come, they say, we want the best care for our parents. We don't want them to be just dumped somewhere. We are not paying money so that we are not. So I always tell you are part of the care. Nobody can replace the children. But you are part of the care. We are a team, but you are part of this team. And we need to also have an idea about what they actually want. So this is a new concept that is, I just want to introduce, Living Will. I don't know whether any of you saw that there was an article in the paper recently about 50 or 60 people above the age of 60 from Thrissur. They signed a living will. Now living will എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് എന്താണ്? എനിക്കൊരു chronic illness വന്നാല് എൻ്റെ ട്രീറ്റ്മെൻറ്റ് ഞാൻ തന്നെ തീരുമാനിക്കുക. Because what happens many times, what we are seeing is, we have somebody who is 80 years old or 75 years old, they are living alone, they are independent. Suddenly they have a medical emergency, they are in the ICU of the hospital, and then the doctor has to decide whether to put on the ventilator, whether not to do this, whether to give any aggressive treatment. Doctor cannot make a decision unless the children are, or somebody nearby is there. So when the children come, they will be like, do the maximum. There is even, I know patients who said, doctor, I have told that there is nothing much to be done. Says, no, we cannot watch the suffering, let them die in the ICU, no problem. We don't want to see the suffering. So living will is important when you have the ability, and today I think more and more people, many of you may know V-Guard's owner, Kochausel Chitlapalli, he has written a living will. When he became 70 years, he said that if any major illness happens, he has also donated a kidney. So if something happens to him in an emergency, that he doesn't want very aggressive medical treatment. So living will is something that we are also trying to promote. And just to end, embracing the process of death and dying, that everybody must have a decision and a dignity in death and dying, where the death is not an event, it is a process. So many times it will start in the elderly with decreased food intake, decreased urine output, they will be sleeping more. But when we see them sleeping more, we think that there is some problem. No, decreased level of consciousness where the body is actually going into a place of death and dying. And the last few days, many times there will be breathing difficulty, restlessness, increased secretions, something we call death rattle. So these are all things which have to be managed medically. And death is not the opposite of life, but actually death is a part of life. And we have to see death as part of the process of life. So thank you all for your patient listening. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to take it. And this is a quote by Steve Jobs. If you live each day as if it were your last, someday you'll most certainly be right. So if anybody has any questions, you are free to ask.
You can ask questions, clear your doubts, and share your feedbacks. Thank you, ma'am, for this wonderful session and your contributions towards the society.
Before we are moving to the valedictory section, we have a 15 minutes break.
മുകിലേ മുകിലേ നീതൂതുപോ ഇന്നകലേ അകലേ എൻ കുഞ്ഞൊരാക്കിളി പുഴയും മലയും പുലർക്കാലവും ഇന്നവളെ കളിയാക്കും.
Everyone should gather here by 2:50 p.m.
പിന്നെയും പൂക്കൾ പൂക്കും തരുണം മാറുയിരെ பார்த்ததாருமில்லை புலரும் காலை பொழுதை முழுமதையும் பிறந்த போவதில்லையே நேற்று வரை நேரம் போகவில்லையே உனதருகே நேரம்.
So as we resume, I invite Dr. P. Shivakumar to chair the session on intergenerational solidarity and ageism, some reflections. Dr. P. Shivakumar is the head, the Center for Monitoring, Evaluation and Impact Assessment and head of the Department of Developmental Studies of Rajiv Gandhi National Institute of Youth Development under the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India. He is expertise in adolescent and youth development, social policy and evidence-based policy making, sustainable development goals, gender and migration, the youth at risk, youth and vulnerability, and qualitative research methods. So please welcome.
Hello. Yeah. Is it audible now? Or should I increase my volume again further? Okay. Fine. First of all, good afternoon to all of you. Let me make my own understanding. So we have all the students are available here, or what is the participants' profile? Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. So can I call them as professionals working in this area? Am I right? Okay. Okay. Wow. Okay, fine. So nice to meet you all. Maybe she would have given elaborate introduction about me. Okay. Now, you know, what I plan to do in this session is to take you through maybe around 15 to 20 minutes presentation about the topic which you know, I have planned to talk, and I prefer to have, if it is possible, we can have some discussions or questions or whatever. I think that will be a better engaging session than rather, you know, something like a one-way communication. So at any point of time, if you feel you want me to stop it and respond to your questions, I'm quite okay. Or otherwise, you know, even by the end of this session is also fine with me. I leave it to the audience to respond accordingly. And you know, if you look into, where is my presentation is displayed? Okay, I can't watch it. Okay, right. See, if you look into the title of this slide, it is mentioned as intergenerational. One minute, let me just open the slide, then I can talk about that. Fine. So intergenerational solidarity and ageism. Anyone knows about what does it mean by ageism? Have you heard of this word ageism? Yeah, please, can you just tell me, you know, you can sit down and tell me. Okay. So this is how you look at the aged population, or am I right? Or the stereotypes, which, of course, very true. Prejudices also. How do we understand or perceive, maybe with a kind of a prejudice towards the older generation, right? Now, I represent an institute which is known as National of Youth Development, which is under the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports. And I am here to talk about old age population, right? So is there any connection between this? Yes, there are connections, and we also used to have some kind of studies, particularly on gerontological studies focusing on it. And there is a reason behind it also. I'll be sharing that why do we look into the issues of ageism or the old age population also. So let us look into it. Can we have the first slide? I mean the outline of the session. So this is how I'm planning to, look into these sessions, where we will be talking about the so-called transitions, which every one of us are undergoing as per the report outlined by the World Development Report. And also we will look into the so-called institutionalized transition, or where does this transition happens in the present context, right? And is there any difference? Yes, there are differences as per the studies, and even we do collaborate with the agencies like UNFPA to understand and capture these transitions. I'll be sharing about that. Then we will look into the the so-called olderhood or workerhood, because this is very important. How do we define an old age population? Who defines or who attributes these numbers? Just like youth population, we need to understand. And what is the rationale behind it? Or is there any rationale at all to define certain population as youth or age? Of course, there are rationale, but we will look into the other aspects of this definition, or the issues of understanding the old age population. Then we will be looking into the aspects called intergenerational solidarity. Like that's the aspect which I wanted to highlight. Why do we talk about intergenerational solidarity? What does it mean by intergenerational solidarity? And why agencies like United Nations also have taken up this as one of the important agenda, focusing on or mandate for the young people. So in fact, recent review of the different country programs, particularly for countries like India, it also has been added as one of the important mandate to understand the intergenerational solidarity, and we will look into that aspect also. And ageism, as some of you have rightly pointed out, we need to understand what types of ageism. I mean, the stereotypes. It is not only about interpersonal. It is also about institutional ageism which is happening. We will look into this aspect also. And finally, the policies or the important steps to address these perspectives. So this is what I plan to cover in my presentation. Depends on the time or depends on your interaction, we can either increase or decrease the session. Now coming to the next slide, this is the 5 transitions every one of us have undergone, right? Now this, in World Bank, one of their reports, which was published in the year 2007, I think if it is possible, you can also download and read the report. One of the important report which has actually, mapped the transitions young people undergo every country, which is, which is being taken up like, development and the next generation. That's the title of the World Bank report, where this report was one of the important document which has actually further opened up the debate for the so-called transitions which happens, and how does, transition from education to employment happens, or how does this transition from, starting a family or staying healthy or even exercising citizenship. All these were, discussed in different dimensions. It's a quite a, interesting read to understand how far this transition happens. And we know that all of us are also undergoing these transitions in our life period, right? And we know that most of us, these transitions are not easy. particularly, in Indian context, we are talking about demographic dividend, so if you look into the age cohort of the youth population in India, we claim, ourselves as the youngest country, and we are going to have this demographic dividend, maybe another 20, 30, 40 years. After that, we will be moving towards the other older generation, or, like you can take the example of Japan. Japan is an aging society, and USA now, they are also slowly moving towards the aging society, where the average age of a Japanese individual will be somewhere around 45. For a US citizen, it is around 40 years as of now. So, but an average age of an Indian is 29 years, right? And we are going to enjoy this demographic dividend maybe another couple of decades, 30 years or 40 years. And after that, we are also going to pass through this, this condition or transition, which we know that we are also going to be an aging society. And, it is quite important to understand what is the investments made on the young people and how the policies, programs, and action plans is helping the young people to transition smoothly from education to employment. Same way, it is also important to understand how do we going to address these transitions of demographic dividend. So, we call it as demographic dividend, but is it actually going to be a dividend, or it is going to be a demographic disaster? Depends on the investments we made on the population. So I think, it is, if you read the writings of Amartya Sen, where he says that there is no concept of developed country or developing country. It is the people. People are to be developed, or people are the wealth of a nation. And if you wanted to have a developed nation, then focus and invest on the people in the country. It is quite important to understand and build the capacities of the people in a country. And we have experiences, countries like South Korea, countries like Singapore, countries like Japan, who has actually successfully utilized this demographic dividend and transitioned into an advanced economy. And Amartya Sen, in one of his writings, he rightly pointed out that the GDP of an African country called Ghana and the GDP of Singapore, some 40, 50 years back, it was same. There was no difference between the country like Singapore and Ghana once upon a time. But look at the GDP of Singapore right now, and look at the GDP of, and he was arguing that it was only because investments made in the people have resulted a country to pass through the, demographic transition, and they got the actual dividend. So we are also in the threshold of this youth population, and it is also going to be a defining mark for Indian demographic perspective, whether we are going to reap the benefits of the so-called large youth population available with us. That's a very important thing which we need to understand. And, the existing studies which is happening on the transitions all over the world, particularly in the South Asian countries, it indicates, we can move to the next slide. It indicates that transitions happens more outside the family. Once upon a time, the transitions were a family-oriented transitions. Now, peer pressure is decisive factor in sailing through these transitions. Actually, I think you can also relate it to yourself. Even when you take decisions, peer pressure is equally weighted like family-sided decisions. And young people are interested in listening to their peers than the family members. That's a study which we have conducted with UNFPA, which indicated that these transitions are nowadays happening. These institutionalized transitions are moving away. And of course, non-formal or informal transitions are taken up on a larger context. So we need to understand this perspective also to try to understand and capture where does this dividend is going to happen and how does this dividend is going to happen. And when we talk about this peer pressure or family oriented transition, every young person who wanted to attain the transition from adolescence to adulthood, and this transition happens outside the family. And that is what the studies indicate. Now coming to this aspect, we can move to the next slide. So the transition from adolescence to adulthood is happening more outside the family. And we know that how does this urbanization and industrialization is also giving a shape to these transitions. So why do we talk about this transition in the context of aging? We need to understand that. So this is where we need to say, we can move to the next slide. See, look into the older workhood as a transitional space. We know that every organization or workplace, because workplace is one of the place where these old age transitions are clearly practiced. For example, there is a age is defined as the age of retirement. You can look into the first point where, age is often called into an action in explicit ways. For example, pension, redundancy, eligibility, and corporate celebrations of the time served. So, these transitions are something like an organizationally sanctioned age-based categories, right? For example, when a certain age is being attained, we consider themselves as, time for retirement or retiring. So retiring from what? Retiring from active life, or retiring from the work life, or retiring from work. And in the context of Indian society or any other society, we need to understand these transitions. And these transitions are quite important. And are we have any kind of regulatory mechanism or policy mechanism or program mechanism to understand and help the older population to sail through these transitions on a very smoother way? Because this is where the concept, like some of you have pointed out, ageism happens. Like, so somebody is attaining a particular specific age category. Does that mean that all the faculties or all the activities of that person is coming to redundancy automatically, or it is being halted? Is it so? Of course, there is a purpose behind defining the age category or age, whether it is defining the old age population or it is defining the youth population or adolescents. Of course, there is a proper plan is there so that there is a proper budgetary allocation and proper programs and policies can be devised. But what happened to these, age-based categories like older worker, it carries a lot of consequences for the individuals as well. And how far we have any kind of policies to, to have a smoothening transitions which is happening for the old age population. That needs to be, so far we don't have any programs or policies for action to understand these transitions when as far as the old age population is concerned. Right. And we know that stereotypes, biased perceptions are actually happening when we treat our own older generation. So one side, as I said, we have youth and their institutionalized transitions are happening, and we are having demographic dividend. More UH cohort is there available for entering into the world of work. Other side, we have an older population, but they also do have active contribution which can be taken it forward. But we don't have any programs or policies to focus on these transitions which happens in the workplace. So that is something which we need to understand. Can we go to the next slide? Yeah, this is where, next. This is where I wanted to talk about, in the year 2022, the World Youth Report by the United Nations focused on ageism, right? It's a World Youth Report, but they are talking about intergenerational solidarity, the role of young people can play in helping the older generation. Is there any synchrony which is happening between the youth or the so-called youthhood among the older population? So this is where they used to call it as a twin problem. One side, we are arguing that young people are kept away from the decision making because of labeling them as they are too young to take decisions. And the other side, we have the problem called older people are denied a chance to be heard. So, some of the UN reports, as I said, 2022 World Youth Report focused on this aspect and how we can advance or promote the intergenerational solidarity so that the gap can be bridged. Yeah, next. So coming to the last part of this presentation, we know that ageism is how we think, the certain types of stereotypes and how we feel, or the types of prejudices we carry with us, and also how do we act, how do we discriminate on towards the people based on age. So any prejudices, any actions, or any discrimination or stereotypes which we carry towards any specific age is known as ageism. So we are discriminating somebody based on age. We may discriminate some young person also because of age, and we may say that you are too young to take a decision, right? So the ageism is a category which is affecting the almost every country or every society. And now, as we know that, particularly in the context of Indian society, how do we treat our older generation? It is evident actually. Yeah. So moving on to the next slide. So ageism is everywhere, and it exists in our institutions, it exists in our relations, right? And also we also carry certain types of prejudices, maybe unconsciously or unintentionally. So we need to understand, are we practicing prejudices in our family? Are we practicing prejudices in our workplace or in the non-formal society also? Because it affects the people of all ages, and these discriminations also create a kind of trauma among the individuals who have experienced it. And so this is where we need to understand, and the UN agencies are also started focusing on this. As I said, they started focusing on the intergenerational solidarity, so that there is a proper link between the young people and the older generation can be established. Yeah, next slide. So it is harmful and also it is costly. 1 in 2 people are ageist towards the older population. Again, this is also based on the report published by UN. How do we practice ageism in our own society, right? And it has far-reaching impacts on all aspects of people's health, their physical health, their mental health, and the social well-being, right? As I said, old population are denied of listening, right? So there is no one to listen to them, like we deny the young people the opportunity to express themselves, right? So now, coming to the next slide, there are 3 possible, course of action recommended by the United Nations, particularly in addressing ageism. One is about how do we create policies and how do we create a regulatory mechanism so that they do have transition to the old age category in a very smooth way. And also second is about educational activity, like what you are conducting a seminar, to have a sensitization program on ageism, and to have a proper understanding about and deliberating about the issues of the older generation and how society can address it as a unified way. And also, like as I said, intergenerational interventions is quite important. Yeah, next. So policy, we know that again, when we talk about policy, particularly in Indian context, policies do play a larger role, but most of the time policies are being formulated and it was never, converted or translated into actions. We know that every, category of policies are quite important because it gives you a direction towards how you are supposed to act. Like we have different types of policies also, like national youth policy or, I'm just giving an example, or employment policies, or different policy tools are being formulated so that there is a proper directed, action plan and proper resources also can be allocated. But, what happens is that most of the time these policies are never translated into actions, or it remain as a policy document where it was, not actually put into practice. So that, impacts the outcome of a policy. So it is, we can have, in this context, we can have, policies to address discriminations, sensitization programs to address discriminations based on age and protect the human rights of everyone and everywhere. And policy and law can be used to reduce or eliminate ageism against any age group. And also different mechanisms can be implemented through the regulatory system or policy so that we can have the proper monitoring of the policies and laws, including human rights agencies, courts, ombudspersons, and bodies working towards such kind of treaties at the international context also. Now, next is the educational activities. Now, educational interventions, we know that there are different types of interventions are possible, particularly, like what you are holding a seminar like this is also aiming towards some kind of sensitization so that there is some interventions are possible, right? And how, skills and competencies of the professionals working with the older population can be developed. What kind of skills and competencies are required for them to, to have a better enhanced understanding about older generation and their needs and their aspirations as well. So it was, educational interventions are among the most effective strategy for reducing the biases existing in our society. And because there is very less research is happening in this area, there are, many dimensions needs to be covered, particularly if you look into the socio-emotional cost associated with such a population and how far it is possible to have proper intervention to address these perspectives. So lastly, maybe the intergenerational activities, which is being quite important as highlighted by the various international agencies like United Nations. So this is quite important area where we have, more younger population. How do we establish solidarity so that they can also have a proper understanding about older population, and how do we listen to them also? So this is also very important. Intergenerational interventions are effective interventions for reducing ageism against the older population. Right, and these possibilities are to be explored to the fullest so that there is a proper linkage between what we call it as the demographic dividend and what we talk about the, the age structure like workplace or whatever with the, ageism which is being assessed also. So we need to have an institutional mechanism to assess to understand the ageism and to reduce the biases towards the older population. Fine. So I stop with this and will be happy to respond to your queries, if any. Thank you.
This is the time for the interactive session. If you have any doubts, you can raise the doubts.
Fine. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for the valuable session. As we are moving to the end of the second day of the seminar on aging, this is the time for the valedictory function. Let's begin the session with the blessings from the Almighty. I invite the students of School of Social Work for the prayer song.
ഗുണവാരിധേ നീ ഗുരുവാകണം, തുണയായി നീ തണലാകണം. അറിവേ വെളിച്ചം, നിറവേ തെളിച്ചം, അവിരാമമകതാരിൽ കുടികൊള്ളണം. ഗുണവാരിധേ നീ ഗുരുവാകണം, തുണയായി നീ തണലാകണം. അറിവേ വെളിച്ചം, നിറവേ തെളിച്ചം, അവിരാമമകതാരിൽ കുടികൊള്ളണം. സത്യം ധനം ജ്ഞാനം ബലം സ്നേഹം അഖിലാണ്ട ജീവോദയം. സത്യം ധനം ജ്ഞാനം ബലം സ്നേഹം അഖിലാണ്ട ജീവോദയം. സ്നേഹം അഖിലാണ്ട ജീവോദയം.
For the welcoming address, I invite Mr. George Joseph, the organizing secretary, the regional seminar on aging, and the assistant professor, School of Social Work.
Very good afternoon to all. Very respected Professor Irudayarajan, Dr. P. Sivakumar, Dr. Bobby Sara, Ms. Vandana Suresh, faculty colleagues, external participants, and dear students. It is with immense pleasure and deep respect that I extend a heartfelt welcome to each and every one of you to the valedictory ceremony of our regional seminar on aging. Today marks a significant milestone in our journey of exploration, collaboration, and enlightenment as we delve into the multifaceted dimensions of aging and its impact on our societies. As we gather here today for the valedictory ceremony of the Regional Seminar on Aging sponsored by NISD 2024, we reflect on a transformative journey we have embarked upon over the past 2 days, guided by the principles of United Nations Decade of Healthy Aging and grounded in the values enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Our seminar has covered as a beacon of hope and inspiration in our collective efforts to cultivate well-being among the aging population. As we bid farewell to the enshrining experience, we do so with a sense of optimism and determination. Our shared commitment in promoting physical health, mental well-being, and social connectivity among the elderly population has laid foundations of a comprehensive framework and initiatives that will shape our future of elderly care. Throughout this seminar, we have explored key perspectives on health and holistic well-being in elderly care, functional maintenance, and prevention of health deterioration, as well as the role of emerging technologies in promoting elderly well-being. Dr. P. Sivamar, who has delivered the keynote address, he is head of Center for Monitoring, Evaluation and Impact Assessment and head of the Department of the Developmental Studies at Rajiv Gandhi Institute of Youth Development. Dr. Sivakumar's remarkable expertise and dedication to the field of youth development and social policy have significantly contributed to our understanding and advance in these critical areas. With wealth of knowledge and spanning over a decade as a development practitioner, Dr. Sivakumar has seamlessly integrated academic expertise with practical fieldwork at Rajiv Gandhi National Institute of Youth Development. His unwavering commitment to the adolescent and youth development, evidence-based policy making, and the attainment of sustainable development goals has been instrumental in shaping impactful interventions and programs aimed at empowering our youth and fostering sustainable social change. It's with great pleasure I welcome you, dear sir. It's with great pleasure and utmost respect that I extend a warm welcome to our esteemed guest, Professor S. Irudayarajan, who will be delivering the valedictory address. His exemplary contributions to the field of aging, migration, and social development have been nothing short of extraordinary. With close to 4 decades to postgraduate experience, Professor Rajan's pioneering work and Center of Developmental Studies, Kerala, has been left an indelible mark in our understanding of demographic shifts, aging trends, and the socio-economic implications thereof. Professor Rajan's visionary leadership in initiating the Kerala's Aging Survey has been instrumental in providing invaluable insights into Kerala's demographic landscapes, shedding lights on challenges and opportunities presented by aging populations. His relentless pursuits, knowledge, and commitment to evidence-based policy making have not only enshrined academic discourse, but have also guided policy makers. His approach to social policy and his advocacy for vulnerable population serves as a beacon of inspiration for us all gathered here today. With great pleasure, I welcome you, dear sir. Next, I welcome Dr. Bobby Sarad to the occasion, who is the doctor from CanCare Senior Section. I welcome you, dear madam. I am delighted to extend a warm welcome to Vandana Suresh, a valued member of our organizing committee, to the valedictory ceremony of our regional seminar on aging. Vandana's tireless dedications and unwavering commitment have been pivotal in ensuring the success of the seminar. Welcome, dear madam. It's with my pleasure I extend a warm welcome to all our esteemed external participants who have joined us to the valedictory ceremony of our regional seminar on aging. Your diverse perspectives, experience, insights enrich the fabric of our seminar. Welcome you all. I extend a warm welcome to all our esteemed faculty colleagues who have joined us for the valedictory ceremony of the regional seminar. Welcome, dear colleagues. It gives me great pleasure to extend warm welcome to the students of the Marian College, Kutikanam, who have joined us for the valedictory ceremony of our regional seminar on aging 2024. Your presence here today is a testament to your curiosity, your commitment to learning, and your dedication to making a positive impact in our society. Welcoming you all. As we bid farewell to the Enlightenment Seminar, let us carry forth the wisdom gleaned from the seminar. May we continue to collaborate, innovate, and advocate for inclusive policies that uphold the dignity and well-being of every individual, regardless of age or circumstances. Once again, I welcome you all, and I remain. Thank you.
Thank you, and welcome to you too, sir. Now I invite Professor Dr. S. Irudayarajan, sir, for the valedictory address. Professor Dr. Irudayarajan, who is the founder chair of International Institute of Migration and Development, is a former professor at the Center of Development Studies, Kerala, with nearly 40 years of postgraduate experience. Presently, he serves as the chair of the Global Knowledge Partnership on Migration and Development, World Bank Working Group on International Migration and Urbanization. Let me extend a most sincere welcome to Professor Dr. Irdhirajan sir to grace the dais with his esteemed presence.
Thank you very much for the invitation from the college, particularly Hari and other team member organizers, for inviting me with you today to speak you some few things, because this is not a good time to speak because all of you are ready to sleep. I can see people are closing their eyes already. So I don't want to give you to Parayamula Thalattu Pada. I'm not going to do that. And let me see I can do something to keep you in memory in this conference. I want to start thinking about why we now talk about elderly in this country. Why are we discussing this particular issue? I think the importance is that today people are living longer than ever. This is the first point you have to carry home. And an average person at age 60 can live 25 years. So you are going to live 25 years after reaching 60. Are you prepared? In the country, the elderly are prepared. We have 150 million elderly in the country. Are they prepared? Are their spouse is prepared? Are their children is prepared? Are their grandchildren, maybe some of you sitting here say grandchildren, are you prepared? If none of us are prepared, what is going to happen to these 150 million people in the country? I think this is what I just wanted to, spend some time with you, giving you some ideas, some of the findings which I do in my surveys. So, we are talking about a person who is going to live 25 years after reaching 60. How do you engage them? I always talk about engaging with elderly. How do you engage elderly? How do you empower elderly? 25 years. How do you keep them good humor in the house? How do you keep them good humor in the house? They are not living in the old age homes. Some of them are living in the old age homes in Kerala. I don't know how many of you visited old age home. Kerala has close to 500 old age homes. 500 old age homes. So you can imagine people are living at old age home, but most of them are living in the house. How are you keeping your grandparents in a good humor? Are we learning something from colleges? I think this is all of us as a young people, you have to think, because you will also get old. Every day we are 1 day old. And you are 1 year old next year. Last year you are 18, this year you are 19. Last year you are 28, you are 29. I am 60, 61. Everybody gets every day old, but every year you get 1 year old. And after reaching 60, people are going to live 25 years. After reaching 70, they will live 13 years. After reaching 80, they will live 8 years. And an average. But they have to live up to 80 to live 8 years. After reaching 90, you will live 5 years. After reaching 100, you can live 1 year. I don't know how many of you is going to reach 100 years. I don't know right now. Because we don't know we will live longer or not. But the problem of elderly starts in Kerala because of two important reasons. One is one side people are living longer. I don't know how many of you sitting here, how many of you have a grandfather at home? Can you raise your hands? Grandfather? Very few people with a grandfather. Grandmother? That means in our society there are more grandmothers than grandfathers. Grandmothers than grandfather. And I don't know, you have talked to your grandparents, your grandfather, from your grandmother, from your mother's side. You have, all of you have two grandmothers. Grandmother from the mother side, grandmother from the father side. And I went to one college, I asked them, how many children your grandparents had? Somebody told me my grandparents had 13 children. Anybody in this classroom, your grandmother had more than 10 children? Yes, one. There are many people, yeah, I see them. And people feel shy to tell them their grandmother had 10 children. Because your father had only one child. We feel shy. Like my grandmother had 9 children. Not 1, 2, not somebody's grandmother, my grandmother. I have seen her when she was 80 plus. And my grandmother had 9 children. My mother was the 9th girl child. You can't imagine in the future in this country somebody is having a 9th child as a girl. We will finish them off before, even we don't want even one girl child. Imagine somebody had the 9th girl child. So remember, you got 9 children, 2 parents. That means 9 people will take care of these 2 people. Today, people have only 1 child or maximum 2. What we call them ideal size. And they want to have 1 boy, 1 girl. I asked somebody, 1 boy, 1 girl. Why 1 boy, 1 girl? Boy will collect money, dowry. Girl will give back. It's like a money exchange policy. If you have 2 boys, only you will get. You don't need to give anyone. If you have 2 girls, you will become poor. That's why people stop with even 1 child now. 1 girl, ayyo, madi sare. 1 boy, 1 girl is a best combination in Kerala, people believe. 1 girl, perfect match. Like a exchange policy. Like, you have exchange policy, just exchange. And today, you have 2 children going to look after your 2 parents. That's why in China they call 1 plus 2 plus 4 families. The child is only 1 because compulsorily China had 1 child family. If you want to look at China's old age problem, you should read China's policy. Everybody is supposed to have 1 child. In Kerala, nobody told you should have only 1 child. Today in Kerala, when I talk to you, 30% of the couples today have just 1 child. I don't know how many of you sitting here saying that I am the only daughter, I am the only son in my house. Can you raise your hands? I am the only child in my house. 1, 2, 3, you see. Only 1 child in the house. Nobody told you. And 2 people in the house, my parents got 2 children. See here, majority. 3 children in your family, my father had 3 children. Oh, good, that's a good sign. 4 children, very few. 5? Good, very good. So your father will not go to old age home. If you have 1 child, you have to go to old age home, definitely, because the son will leave the country. So another problem is coming back in Kerala. So, today, 9 children, my grandmother had, I have seen her, and everybody gets married, everybody goes. She will live with the last child and die there. Her grave is in my place. My grandmother's grave is in my place because she was living with my mother and she died. She was buried there. I told my mother, why you have separated her from the grandfather? No, he died long time ago, he was buried somewhere. Because everybody goes, get married. Now you have only 1 child, gets married. That's the end of its story, ends there. So you have lot of people to care for the old people. Now the care is declining. And earlier, people used to die earlier. Now you don't die. In fact, some children telling me that, COVID came, that's how somebody died. My father, nothing happening to him. People are worried because keeping a old person in the house is a very difficult thing. And we thought some people died during COVID-19, we know. But then we cannot do anything like Netherlands. You can kill our parents. We can't do that. And when you grow old, you have lot of health problems. Lot of health problem. And I don't know how many of you are having your own grandparents, because your grandparents might be living with another her son. And today in this Kerala state, 40% household has no elderly person. So they don't know their problem. You don't know their problem at all. We don't know what are their problems. And when you grow old, you have two important problems. Your income comes down. Along with that, your health comes down. But somebody asked them in the old age, what do you want? You want health or wealth? What do you need when you get old? Health or wealth? What do you think? Young people sitting here, health or wealth? Huh? Health. Wealth. Both. My God. Please remember, if you have a wealth, you can buy health. That's what rich people are doing. They can buy health. They will go to Apollo Hospital. Because they can buy the best doctor. They can buy the best medicine. They can go for bypass surgery. They can go for second surgery, third surgery, fourth surgery, knee surgery, this surgery. You can replace everything in your body now. That is wealth. For the poor people, if they have health, they can generate wealth. Even an old man sitting in a small shop, he may make some tea, he will get every day 100 rupees. That's what, but he needs health to stand and make tea. Or a old fishing lady, she wants to sell fish, she has to walk, so she has a reasonably good health, she will sell 5 houses and get some money and she will live. So you have a different group of old people. So when you study old people, when you think about old people, you have to think of 2 groups. In demography, we have 3 old people groups. One is called young old. Young old means people who are between 60 to 70. They are old, but they are young. They can even get married. I told the Kerala government and some people, you should have a old age matrimony. Now only you have Kerala matrimony, Nayar matrimony, Christian matrimony, IIT matrimony. You should think of a old age matrimony. Maybe you will get, this should be a new job you can create. You can create a lot of people. There will be a lot of applications will come. We never talk about old age matrimony because we think after 60 you want to get married. Huh? Your daughter is going to get married. You also want to get married. That's what somebody told me in the World Bank. One lady took 2 weeks leave. They asked, what is the leave? Now people take here maternity leave, paternity leave, child care leave, that leave, this leave. And this lady said, I am taking leave because I have to marry my father. I have found a girl for my father. I have to go and get married in. How old he is? 74. Today, anyone in this state will tell, I am taking 1 week leave to get married my father or marry my mother. We don't talk. We think old people means finished. So 60 to 70 we call them young old. 70 to 79 we call them old. You need policies. As Sivakumar said, you cannot put everybody in one bracket. And then 80 plus we call them oldest old. 80 plus requires more attention. They don't remember their own wives and children. Dementia, Alzheimer, cancer, heart disease. And many people live with multiple disease in old age. Multiple disease. If you have grandparents, you know that. They live with multiple disease. I meet some people who are 60, even 55. Do you have any health problem? Yeah, I have some sugar. Some blood pressure. Some sugar, some blood pressure. That means you have everything there. And now in Kerala, people get even at age 50, they have health problem. So you have multiple disease that requires money. Are you insured? No. Many of our elderly are not insured in this country. And they also live with what we call the multiple handicaps. I met one doctor in Madurai. He told me, I have completed 2 lakhs cataract operation. You know what is cataract operation? Some of your grandparents might have done already. Then I asked the doctor, why people are not talking about hearing? Why are you not talking about hearing? People also should hear. Because you want your grandmother to see, because she can be looking after your child. Because your grandmother cannot see where is the child, how does she hold the child? She wants to spend some time, so you see old people as they can be useful to you if they can see. If they don't hear, there is no problem. We never discuss that in our medical fraternity. And I ask the people why they are not, children are not interested if their parents are not hearing. No children will come, sir, my mother is not hearing, can you give something? We don't go. We don't go. But my mother is not seeing, we'll take care. First cataract, left. After 2 months, second cataract. We do that. Why? Because we think the elderly are useful in the eyes. That's why I remember I went to one of the houses when I was doing a field work. I went to one of the houses and the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were very happy, talking each other, laughing at each other. Then I thought normally people say mother-in-law, daughter-in-law have problems. There are stories, there are movies, there are serials. In Tamil Nadu, there's a serial called Chinna Papa, Periya Papa. They fight each other, daughter-in-law and mother-in-law. I saw these people are very happy. Then I said I should do a documentary and find out what is the secret of these two people are very close. The daughter-in-law told me, my mother-in-law don't hear, sir, there is no problem in the house. And she told me, after 60, all mother-in-law's ears are closed, there will be no problem in the house, sir. It's only the ear has problem. What did you say? I heard you told me something about me. So everybody want the old people ears should be closed after 60. Because it will have a peaceful in the house. And same thing we do for the teeth. Did any one of you take your grandmother who is not well for a problem in teeth? Dental care, I see now if I go to the dental care, I see only young boys and young girls are sitting there in the dental care. And one lady said, I went to see a dental doctor, I went there, I saw all young girls and boys, they are looking at me. இந்த வயசுல இவர் எதுக்கு இப்படி வந்துட்டு பல்லு காணிக்க வந்தா 80 வயசுல. She feel very shy, that old lady. And she went back. They are not able to have problem in the teeth, then they will not able to eat well. They will have a lot of health problem. We never imagine that as a big problem. My daughter is saying, I have a teeth pain, immediately I will take her to hospital. My mother says, or my mother-in-law says, I have a teeth pain. Old age, we are not still understanding elderly. We are living with them, but we don't understand them. So this is something all of us should think. Elderly handicaps, elderly arrangements, and then some elderly are living alone in this state. 5% elderly in this state are living alone. I think the social work and other departments should do studies on them. Living alone at old age, a lady, you might have seen. You walk around even in Idukki, there may be some house, there will be one old lady who is 60 plus will be living alone. Am I right? In your own neighborhood. And then you will have 2 people living together. Both of them are old. This is like living together. New concept, you have young people living together. Now the old people living together. Husband is 75, wife is 70. Lot of people living like this. Some people living with children, and 40% people in this state now living with grandchildren. Now grandchildren becoming a rare commodity. In Pathanamthitta, for every grandchild, there are 3 grandparents. Earlier, 9 children, 1 grandparent. Now, 1 grandchild, 3 grandparents. And that grandchild will not be here. He will go to America. We are getting into a serious social and economic issue of elderly. We have to understand that. It's very important because it is part of our society. It's a problem happening in our own house. And elderly violence. You might have seen some of the videos, people are beating the old people. I asked one of the old lady when I was doing a study after the COVID. She said, I cannot talk how my children treat me at house. Please come to the temple, please come to church, I will talk to you. Elderly violence. We talk about domestic violence among women. Our elderly are not being treated well by their own children and including grandchildren. Including grandchildren. How much of you will spend time with your grandparents? You don't spend your time with your grandparents. You should remember they are going to live with you very few years. Do you want to spend some time with them? We never think about that. That's why among the Christians they will write after death. They will come with a big thing and they will write R-I-P. What is the meaning? Rest in peace. I don't think the old people require rest in peace. They require L-I-P. Live in peace. You should give them, when they are living, you should give them peace. When they are living, you should give them milk. After their death, you go and put the milk or put a big flower in their graves. Good. But did you do that when they were alive? Did you ask them, when you leave home, or when you come home, or when your son is leaving, the mother is sitting there, you want anything? Can I bring something for you? That's what one old man told me. Sir, I had diabetics. My granddaughter will bring me some sweet without seeing anybody. You take, and then take one more tablet. My granddaughter, nobody will give me sweet. My granddaughter, she likes me, sir. She will, everybody is not that she'll bring me a small letter, eat and take one more tablet. How many of you will do for your grandparents? Small thing. Of course, he will die. Even you take sweets also, he will die. But giving them some happiness. Some happiness, small happiness. Everybody will eat sweets. They will look at it only, like window shopping. But you give them once in a while. Nothing going to happen. But how many of us will do? And similarly, some people have problem in walking. I talked to one lady, sir, when I started not walking, nobody takes me to church. You take them. You take them. No, we'll bring the priest to give Holy Communion. Why? You take them out. And you make them handicapped. You make them sit at home. And you make them like some type of like a chair sitting there. You are not engaging with them because they are living longer. They are living longer. That's what one man told me. Earlier, somebody goes to ventilator, then we will start celebrating. Now, where to bury this person? Whom to call? Now, you cannot do that. Because that fellow will come back from ventilator to the ICU, then they will come to house, how are you? Earlier, ventilator means finished. Today, people are coming back several times from ventilator, ICU, critical ICU. People are coming back, living longer, and it involves money. Children, would you like to spend every 4 months? Your grandfather goes to ICU 5 days and sits ventilator for 1 day, comes back. You thought, ayya, povunilla sare. Because money, 90 plus, 85 plus. There is no money, there is no insurance for them. I think they are living longer. That's why today in Kerala we are seeing elderly suicides. We talk about farmer suicides. Is there any study done on elderly suicides? Suicides in Kerala is number 1 right now in the country. And I went to one house, a man who was 92 years died. Then I I was talking with him. I saw him yesterday. No, sir, yesterday he committed suicide. 92-year-old man committing suicide is shameful for the Kerala economy and society. 92-year-old man. He would have lived only 2 more years. That means we are giving them, celebrating. Kerala is number 1 in what? Human development. That means what? People live longer. And we are adding years to these people, but we are not adding life to those years. Life. Are you giving life to your grandparents who are living 85? Life. That's why I said live in peace. Live in peace. Very, very important. And finally, now creating waves on this is the student migration from Kerala. Today, there is a mad rush among the Kerala families to send their children to abroad. Currently, close to 300,000 children are currently studying abroad from Kerala. 300,000 children. And each children spend 20 to 30 lakhs. What I call them, Kerala's middle class. Kerala's new middle class. And people in Kerala is very proud to say, where is your son? My son is in America. Where is your daughter? My daughter is in Australia. One old man told me, several times he used to come and, what is called, not humiliate us. I have 2 sons. One son settled in America. He has a house very close to White House. കേരളത്തിലെ நிறைய ആൾക്കാരുണ്ട് പൊങ്കച്ചമാർ not too much in Tamil Nadu because I am from Tamil Nadu. Very proud. My son has a house near White House. My God. And where is your another son? He has a house near to the Prime Minister of Canada. He's all the time telling everybody about these 2 things. Nothing more. കണ്ട ആൾക്കാരെല്ലാം വാ അറിയാമോ എൻ്റെ മകൻ എവിടെ ഉണ്ട്. His wife passed away. I met him. I asked him only one question. Only one question. When you die, these 2 fellows will come or not? You tell me. He said, in my life, nobody asked this question to me. Everybody asked me, sir, can you tell your son, my son also can go to Canada? Can you tell your son, I can go to America? Never, nobody asked me, when I die, my sons will come or not from Canada and America. Nobody asked me this question. I said, I am asking you. You have to give me an answer. He said, I need 3 days to think about this. After 2 days, he came to my office. He said, they will not come. If they will not come, why you are talking about those fellows who are not going to come? He said, not only they come, earlier mean they will ask me in the mobile mortuary for 5 days. അവിടെ വച്ചിരുന്നാൽ മതി കേട്ടോ, ഞങ്ങൾ 5 ദിവസം കഴിച്ച് വരാം, വന്ന് എടുത്തുകൊള്ളാം. Mobile mortuary in Kerala. It's a very fascinating trend. Mobile mortuary. And now after COVID, my son told me, I asked him, after you asked me, I also asked him, അച്ഛനക്ക് സംഭവിച്ചെങ്കിൽ നിങ്ങൾ വരുമോ? ഇല്ല അച്ഛാ, വരാൻ പറ്റില്ല, നമുക്ക് ഓൺലൈൻ ബറിയൽ വയ്ക്കാം. ഓൺലൈൻ ബറിയൽ, അയ്യോ, ഓൺലൈൻ ക്ലാസ് എടുക്കുമ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ the body is leaving the house, now the turn, left hand, right hand, church etti, aha, it's like a games കളിക്കുന്നു. നമ്മളിപ്പോൾ ഫുട്ബോൾ ഗെയിംസ് കളിക്കുമ്പോൾ പറയും, goal it. And these children, you talk to me about them proudly about these fellows. This is very important what we are reaching. People are now leaving because of that. In Kerala, 4 million old people today, if they die today, they will be in the mobile mortuary for at least 1 or 2 days. A lady in Pathanamthitta told me, I will be in the mortuary for 5 days, sir, because my son told me, Amma, 5 ദിവസം ആവണ വാർദ്ധക്ക് കേട്ടാ. She knows she will be in the mobile mortuary for 5 days. And no children is there. If you go to Pathanamthitta Kottayam area, every house is locked. Somehow there will be an old lady standing there, 85-year-old lady, ஒரு கம்பு வச்சுட்டு வரான் அவர். എന്നവാണ് സാറേ എന്ന് ചോദിക്കും. And one lady told me, sir, everywhere camera is there in my house. Veranda, in charge is my daughter in Canada. The sitting room, the camera in charge is my daughter in Dubai. I have 2 daughters. So one person is looking after my camera, where I am walking around, say, outside the house. Inside the house, there is one. And my kitchen is under the control of my first son, because the lady who cooks, she takes onion and goes home. So she will tell, yesterday you took 2 onion, no? Because they are sitting there in the photograph. So kitchen is under the control of my thing. Every room is under the control. Thank God, sir. Camera is everywhere except my bathroom. അവർ അത് ഭയങ്കര ഇതാണോ സാറേ അവിടെയും വച്ചിട്ടില്ല സാറേ. എല്ലാം റിമോട്ട് കൺട്രോൾ. ഇറ്റ്സ് കോൾഡ് റിമോട്ട് കൺട്രോൾ. നമുക്ക് കേട്ടിട്ടോ റിമോട്ട് കൺട്രോൾ. ഇവിടെ ആരുമില്ല, എല്ലാം ക്യാമറ. അമ്മ എവിടെ പോയി? ഇന്നലെ ഒരാൾ വന്നുള്ള പുതിയ ആൾ എവിടെയാണ് ഒരാൾ വന്നിട്ട് സംസാരിച്ചല്ലോ, അവിടെ നിന്ന് വിളിച്ചു നോക്കി എവിടെയാ അറിയാം, ഞാൻ കണ്ട് ഒരാൾ നിങ്ങൾ കേറ്റിൽ നിന്ന് തലേ ആട്ടിയല്ലോ, എന്നെ ആട്ടി തലയാ. റിമോട്ട് കൺട്രോൾ. ചിൽഡ്രൻ ആർ നോട്ട് ഹിയർ, ദേ വിൽ കം ഓൺലി ആഫ്റ്റർ 5 days. കൺട്രോൾ അവിടെ നിന്ന് നടത്തുകയാണ്. Today, elderly are living longer, they are getting remote care. And finally, a story which I will tell and I will stop there. I went to one house. The lady is 85-year-old. She had 3 sons and 2 daughters. Anthony, Matthew, and another name, I don't remember now. 3 sons and 2 daughters. ഞാൻ ചോദിച്ചു, നിങ്ങൾ 82 വയസ്സായല്ലോ, when you had the first baby, when the age of 23, when you remember Anthony, ഓർമ്മിച്ച് നോക്കണം, അയ്യോ ആൻ്റണി നമ്മൾ പ്രസവിച്ചിട്ട് 60 കൊല്ലമായി, ആൻ്റണി ഇവിടെ ഇല്ല, അമേരിക്കാവില്ല, ആൻ്റണി ഇവിടെ ഇല്ല, ആൻ്റണിയും മകനും ഇവിടെ ഇല്ല. അപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ ചോദിച്ചു, വാട്ട് ഡിഡ് യു ഡു? സഡൻലി യു വാണ്ട് ടു സീ ആൻ്റണി, you want to feel Anthony. When you deliver your baby when you are 23, now you are 83, ഒരു ഫീലിംഗ് ആൻ്റണിയെ കാണണം. She said, Anthony is here, sir. ആൻ്റണി ഇവിടെ വീട്ടിലുണ്ട്. ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞത് അവർക്ക് വട്ടായി. എല്ലാവർക്കും നമുക്ക് കേരളത്തിലെ நிறைய ആൾക്കാർക്ക് വട്ടുണ്ടല്ലോ. ഞാൻ വട്ടായി എന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ ഐ തോട്ട് ഷീ ബിക്കം വട്ടുകൊണ്ടില്ല, അവർക്ക് വട്ടുകൊണ്ടില്ല. സാറേ ആൻ്റണി ഇവിടെ വീട്ടിലുണ്ട് സാറേ. ആൻ്റണിയോ ഉണ്ട്, മാത്യുവും ഉണ്ട്, താമസവും ഉണ്ട്. 2 പെൺകുട്ടികൾ, മരിയാളം ഉണ്ട്, മാർത്താളം ഇവിടെ ഉണ്ട് സാറേ. 5 പിള്ളേർ ഇവിടെ ഉണ്ട് സാറേ. ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞ് വിളിച്ച് നോക്കട്ടോ. ഇവർ ഭയങ്കര സൗണ്ടില്ല, എടാ ആൻ്റണി. അവിടെ നിന്ന് ഒരാൾ പറയാണോ, വലിയ പട്ടി നടന്ന് ആടി പറയാണോ, സാറേ അതിൻ്റെ പേര് ആൻ്റണിയാണോ, അവനക്ക് അറിഞ്ഞൂടാ സാറേ, സാറ് പറയണ്ട കേട്ടാ സാറേ. മാത്യു. അടുത്ത പട്ടി പറയാണോ, കുടുകുടുകുടുന്ന് ആടിയിട്ട്. 2வது പട്ടി വന്ന്, സാറേ താമസ്. അടുത്ത പട്ടി കുടുകുടു. 3 പട്ടി ഇവിടെ വന്ന് നിൽക്കുകയാണോ, അമ്മച്ചി ചുറ്റി ഡൈനിങ് ടേബിളെ ചുറ്റി ഇരിക്കുകയാണ്. ഞാൻ ചോദിച്ച്, 3 മകൻ இப்படி ആയല്ലോ, 3 പട്ടി ആക്കിയല്ലോ, ഈ ചില മായാജാല പടത്തിൽ വരുമ്പോൾ ഫൂ യു ബിക്കം. ഇത് 3 പട്ടി, ആൻ്റണി, മാത്യു. അതിന് 2 പെൺകുട്ടികൾ എന്നായി സാറേ? ഉണ്ട് സാറേ. എടാ മറിയ, ഒരു കുണ്ടു പൂച്ച പറയാണോ. മറിയ, മാർത്ത ഇവിടെ ഉണ്ട്. ടേബിളിൽ, ഡൈനിങ് ടേബിളിൽ മറിയ ഉണ്ട്, മാർത്ത ഉണ്ട്. ഈ 3 ആൾക്കാരും ആൻ്റണി എല്ലാവരും ഇവിടെ 3 പേരും ഉണ്ട്. ഇവർക്ക് എടാ ആൻ്റണി കളിയടാ, എടാ മറിയ എന്നാ പണം. ഇതാണ് നമ്മളുടെ കേരളത്തിലുള്ള ആൾക്കാരുടെ നിലമ. അവരുടെ ഗ്രാൻഡ് ചിൽഡ്രൻ ദേ ഷുഡ് ഫീഡ് ദം. തോളിൽ വെച്ചിട്ട് പാട്ട് പഠിച്ച് ഒരു കാലത്തിൽ സീത നിലാൻ്റെ നമ്മൾ പിള്ളേരെ വെച്ച് നമ്മളെല്ലാം കൊച്ചു പിള്ളേർ ഇറക്കുമ്പോൾ നമ്മളെല്ലാവരും അമ്മ. ഇപ്പോൾ അവരെന്ത് ചെയ്യണം, പൂച്ചയ്ക്ക് പാൽകുടി. നമുക്ക് സംഭവിക്കാൻ നമുക്ക് അറിഞ്ഞുകൂടാ. നമ്മളിതുപോലെ ചെയ്താലും ചെയ്യാം. പട്ടിക്ക് മകന് പോലെ എടാ ആൻ്റണിന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ പട്ടി ഓടി വരും. ആൻഡ് ദെൻ വെൻ ഐ കെയിം ടു ഹിയർ ഇൻ കാലിക്കറ്റ്, നോർത്ത് കാലിക്കറ്റ്, ദേശമായിട്ട് സാർ അവിടെ ഒന്നുമില്ല. ഇവിടെ എല്ലാം ബേർഡ്സ് ആണ്. ഗുഡ് മോർണിംഗ്. ഇവിടെ എല്ലാം പൂച്ചല്ല, അതിനത് സ്മോൾ ബേർഡ്സ്. അതിനത് നൈറ്റ് സംതിങ്. പിള്ളേരിവിടെ ഇല്ല. So old people in this state requires your attention. So don't treat them അവിടെ വീട്ടിൽ അമ്മച്ചി കൊണ്ടിട്ട് കിടക്കട്ടെ അവള്. പ്ലീസ് സ്പെൻഡ് സം ടൈം വിത്ത് them. അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അവർ നിങ്ങളുടെ നിന്ന് മാറി പട്ടി പൂച്ചക്കിട്ട് പോകും. ഐ വിൽ സ്റ്റോപ്പ് ഹിയർ. താങ്ക് യു വെരി മച്ച്. ask if you want about the Patti and Pucha.
Thank you so much, sir, for the valuable time. Now, I invite Professor Dr. Ajimon George, the Principal of Marian College, Kuttikanam, for the presidential address.
The keynote speaker, Dr. P. Shivakumar, and Professor Dr. Rajan, who delivered the valedictory address, and Dr. Baby Sarah Thomas, other resource persons, my faculty colleagues, and participants from outside the college, and my dearmost students. So very happy to be here with you in this valedictory function. And very delighted to hear the thought-provoking talk by Dr. Rajan. So this is an issue in Kerala, and the theme of the seminar is very apt, and it is of present relevance. There is no doubt about it. Though I was sitting here for 15 to 20 minutes, I felt that it went off just like 2-3 minutes, because the social and economic problems of the elderly that is presented by Professor Dr. Rajan in a very interesting manner that requires a lot of thinking, particularly you being the social workers. I'm not taking much of your time, but what I would like to tell you is that being social work students, you should have deep awareness. And I am sure that with these 2 days of regional seminar on aging has given you a lot of insights, which requires further reading from your side, further research from your side. And when you practice as social workers, particularly in this field, an in-depth knowledge and understanding of this particular theme is very, very essential. And yesterday I told you that, through this kind of a seminar, the gap between the theory and practice, that is filled. I am sure that the kind of seminar that has taken place here, and looking at the profile of the resource persons who led the seminar and discussion, definitely the objective would have achieved. I'm sure about it. So I take this opportunity to congratulate once again, and also to thank all the resource persons. Particularly, I'm very fortunate to have a meeting and interactions with eminent resource person who is immensely resourceful in this particular field, Dr. Rajan. So very nice to listen to your words when I was sitting here, and the interaction during my office, that was very interesting and gave me a lot of insights regarding this. So I thank you, sir, on behalf of the institution, being the principal of this college, and I appreciate the effort taken by the faculty members who have taken a lot of effort in identifying and bringing these kinds of resource persons for this seminar. So once again, I wish you all the best, and thank all the participants who have come from other institutions, and our students and faculty members and the organizers and the School of Social Work for this kind of a seminar. Thank you once again, and wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for the support and the words. Now we invite Dr. Bobby Sarah Thomas, the founder of CanCare Senior Care Center and the member of SLAC, for a felicitation.
To all the dignitaries on and off the dais, SLAC is actually a full form of Senior Living Association of Kerala. Now it has become a need because the stories which Dr. Rajam talked about are what we see on a daily basis. And there is a need now for thinking out of the box. So we are, as you know, I don't know whether it is advancement or whether we are going backwards, but advanced society in the West is having retirement home and assisted living home, and I think we are forced to move out from the cultural traditional methods of senior care, and we are going into a space where alternative forms of living have to be considered. So it's a great opportunity here. Thank you for inviting me as a speaker, and also to all the organizers for a conference well done. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. This is the time for the distribution of certificates.